low-lying flash flooding threat because of the amount of rainfall that we were expecting. We talked a lot about the storm surge threat that was going to be south of landfall. The low-lying flash flooding threat was along and north of landfall, and sure enough, 10 to 18 inches of rain fell in some spots. We had an official gauge record 18 inches of rain at the St. Pete Airport, and that came to fruition. It wasn't just one area. It was a large swath of this 10 to 18 inches. And again, this rain has to go somewhere. A lot of our systems, our drainage systems, our lakes, our rivers, they're equipped to handle some amount of rain in a short amount of time, but rarely you see systems capable of handling 18 inches of rain. So we see it piling up. We see it in the low-lying areas, and it's going to take some time for it to make its way to the bays, into the creeks, and into the rivers. You see it rise really quickly, and then it's only going to slowly fall off as the water makes its way toward the bay, but it's going to take some time. You can see the water covering the road there, and we say turn around, don't drown. You don't know how deep that water is. You can see the lines in some spots, but as you go farther from that road, from the crosswalk there, you can't see those lines, so you really don't know how deep it gets, and you risk getting stalled. You risk stalling your car and then stranding yourself. And then we have to see another water rescue take place. We saw over 100 of those yesterday. We hope that most everyone got out, and we hope that we don't see any more water rescues today. It looks like there's a car sitting there right there on one of these roads that we are up in Elfers right now. Eagle 8 HD providing these views for us. We were just over some homes where the water was inundating the homes, and you can kind of see that car. Looks like a sheriff's office vehicle there rolling through the most shallow spot where you can still see some of those lines. But this is an unfortunate sight that we are seeing in a lot of the area, not just in Pasco County. We talked yesterday a lot about the Alfire River cresting at 301 near Lithia Pinecrest, because that water was cresting at record levels. A lot of these rivers cresting at or just below record levels, and they continue to rise or are steadily kind of tapering off now. So we are continuing to watch this threat through the weekend, even though we have very nice weather in place this weekend, JB.
All right, so we're here with our survey flight. This is the damage survey flight for Pasco County and the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Jim, let's check in with you. Have we visited the Anclote River yet? I don't believe that we have.
Sorry, I lost you there, JB. We are in Elfers, Seven Springs, and 54. We are going to head west towards Newport Richey and see what else we can find.
10-4, Eagle, we will monitor you on stream. And again, we're tracking this on flight radar. So, yeah, we can now see that Eagle 8 HD has made the push northwest towards Newport Richey. And, of course, this is another area, Amanda, that we're going to see that got hit pretty hard, of course, by Milton.
Yeah, we are talking about the rainfall, right? But there were some very strong winds there as well. It looks like there's some black smoke there on the horizon. Jim's zooming in now on that. Obviously, possible fire there. Maybe they'll fly over there to investigate it. Never want to see that sight in the sky. But certainly a large plume of some black smoke there, JB.
Yeah, Jim, are you heading to investigate where that's coming from?
Yeah, we're heading over to the smoke now.
10-4. Yeah, we've it's interesting. We've seen so many different things from Eagle. One of them, though, we've had a lot of folks that are burning piles of branches, tree limbs in their backyards. That's pretty common. Although here we have some black smoke.
Yeah, you don't typically see black smoke when you're burning vegetation, so that's why I was a little concerned with that. Well, but it's a double-edged sword when you burn the vegetation, right? You are not straining the resources from our waste management sites, our distribution sites there, but also you have to be just very careful when you're doing your own burning, because there's obviously a lot of tree limbs down. And
looks like we have a building.
Oh, yeah, I see the water.
What are we looking at, Jim?
Looks to be that a small house has caught fire. The fire department is on here, on scene.
busy enough for our local fire crews to
First
have a
responders,
fire.
yeah.
Oh yeah. So you hate to see it, but it looks like from this vantage point, and Jim, you can tell me what we're. It
Oh,
looks like it's at least under control.
there's still some flames there in the middle there.
This is again in Pasco County, updated location for our friends watching on stream. This is in the Treasure Island area.
Yeah, we are in
let's-
Newport Richey right now.
Yeah. There's a community here called Treasure Island, but yes, this is Newport Richey. Really, I mean, right by the Gulf.
So another thing that we're noticing in this view as we kind of see the house that the firefighters are fighting this fire, but surrounding it, all the piles of debris that are on the streets. And this is, again, another just very common view that we had with both Helene, and now we're seeing it with Milton, where everyone just has to literally put all of their belongings on the side of the road to be picked up because they were either damaged by water or they were damaged by wind. So, it's going to be very tough to kind of distinguish that debris now moving forward, whether it was from Helene, whether it was from Milton, because different areas were impacted by different things. But this is a concern as well with after, like, post-storm recovery and power coming back on and generators and electrical, and if anything was wet and the power comes back on to your house and you didn't have the main breaker, you have to be very careful with electrical that has gotten wet because it can spark fires as well. So using just extreme caution when you're cleaning up the debris, any loose limbs, really be aware of your surroundings. And then, of course, as you make your way back home, being very aware of everything that's going on and that has happened in your house, doing a very good inspection. My husband right now is up on the roof inspecting our roof, and we have a lot of shingles missing. Unfortunately, it looks like we have some water on the one side of the house. So again, this is just a very common thing that we are seeing post both Helene and Milton now.
So, just a point of clarification from earlier, I mentioned there is a small community called Treasure Island in that area, not Treasure Island, Pinellas County, not to be confusing. We are again over Newport Richey, and now Eagle 8 HD is.
Yeah, we're just following the river here.
Yep.
Okay.
So just to give you some perspective, the Anclote River, the actual flood gauge that we have near Elfers at Little Road, which is where we were just seeing some of those views from, that river has crested, folks. It is still in major flood stage. It crested yesterday at 26.5 feet, which was less than a foot below the record, but it is falling. It's at 25 feet now, and it will steadily continue to fall. It will come out of major flood stage not until tomorrow morning. So about 24 hours from now, we are going to see it go back into moderate flood stage, coming out of all flood stages not until Wednesday.
Okay. Amanda, you want to pass on that new info?
Yes, so we will go over some of the other rivers. So I was just detailing the Anclote River near Elfers. Let's look at the Cypress Creek River near Worthington Gardens. We just got some information from our
Simon desk.
The Simon desk. Yes, thank you, JB. Cypress Creek at State Road 54. This is in Worthington Gardens. It is still rising. It is not rising rapidly, but it is going to continue to rise. So right now that level is at 14.5 feet, and it is expected to rise another 6 inches in the next 24 hours. So again, a slower rise, but then it will crest. It will hold steady there until Monday and then slowly fall. But hey, 14.5 feet is already above the record. The record was 13.8 feet, and it's not going to crest until it hits 15 feet. So if you are in Cypress Creek in the Worthington Gardens area, please heed any evacuation orders. We'll keep moving on. The Hillsborough River now near Zephyr Hills. That one is receding. It crested yesterday at 17 feet. It has receded almost 2 feet. Will continue to recede and actually coming out of major flood stage tomorrow afternoon, but it did crest above the old record. That is near Zephyr Hills at the state park. The Hillsborough River at Morris Bridge Road is finally starting to crest. It looks like the level has really tapered off. I wouldn't be surprised if it rose another inch, but it is cresting at 38 feet right now with an old record of 34 feet, so almost 4 feet above the old record, but it will stay in major flood stage until Monday. So that is the Hillsborough River at Morris Bridge Road. Again, Eagle 8 HD views coming to you from Newport Richey area near the Anclote River. I was just kind of giving you some idea of some of the other rivers. Another river that we've been talking about, the Alafaya River at Lithia Pinecrest. We saw a lot of water rescues and evacuations yesterday. That has crested, and it has actually fallen a good bit. It crested yesterday afternoon at 24 feet. It is falling right now. It is at 22 feet. Will continue to fall back into moderate flood stage by Monday. So all of these rivers, JB, that we are looking at are either in moderate, moderate or major flood stage right now. But luckily, most of them starting to recede. But yeah, this is a result of the 10 to 18 inches of rain that we got as Milton passed through.
Yeah, and how long will it take, Amanda? What would you expect for things to get back to a relatively normal level? Days or weeks?
It's going to be days. River-wise, it takes days. I don't think it will be weeks. I do think most of our rivers will be back to kind of their normal level by Tuesday or Wednesday, if not sooner. So it's just going to take some time. Again, those water levels, they rise really, really quickly because the 18 inches of rain in one spot covered over a very large area. They rush to the lowest lying areas, and then you hope that that's the river, but the river can only take so much at one time. So these rivers are evacuating the water as fast as they possibly can, but it takes time when you have 18 inches of rain over a very large area. I don't even know how to do the math to kind of calculate how much rain fell from the sky over this large area. So days, not weeks, but unfortunately, a lot of the damage has already been done with the waters in the homes and the evacuations of the residents that live in these areas between yesterday and today.
So Eagle 8 HD has moved north now, and we're coming up on Port Richey. In fact, I believe that's where we are now, a little bit closer to the Gulf, a little bit more north. And I'll pass along some information that we've been getting in from various officials in the area. But let me please point out that WFLA.com is your really your home base for information as it comes into our newsroom. We're getting information on gas shortages and how the area is seeing more fuel come into the area. We're getting information about power outages and when companies like TECO and Duke Energy are getting people back up and running. TECO believes that Hillsborough County should be back up and running mostly by Thursday, but most of the county should be back up on the grid into Tuesday.
Yeah, I was very much listening to that press conference this morning, JB. We had a crew out there live because you hear Thursday and you're like, oh my gosh, that's a week. But it'll happen in stages. They wanted to be very clear about that. By tomorrow, 55% of the county will be back up. 75% of the county, Hillsborough County, will be back up by Tuesday. And then the remaining 25% will be back up by Thursday. So they're doing their best they can for sure. Eagle 8 HD right now making its way north along US 19. That is the road that we are looking at, crossing Stone Road and making their way toward Jasmine Estates and Regency Park. Not seeing a ton of flooding here. Most of the flooding at the moment located along our rivers, but you can see the congestion, JB, the power outages are causing major problems at the intersections, especially the major intersections, right? The little intersections, it's a little bit easier. Oh, that one has power. That's nice to see. The major intersections, though, a little bit scarier to kind of traverse.
But check this out. This is a gas line.
Yeah.
And what we have seen is an organization effort come into effect. What we're seeing is that because it's gotten so crazy at some gas stations, where even as we have heard on social media, reports of arguments and worse than arguments, fights breaking out. Local law enforcement has been helping out, assisting to make sure that this is done as orderly as possible. Eagle earlier, right before we began the live stream, was over a very well organized line in the Trinity area. And here we have this now up towards, are we into Hernando County yet? We probably are approaching Hernando County, but this is getting closer now to Bayonet Point. And there you can see Hammock
Road there.
Branch Road there to the east.
And I posted this on my social media, JB. I know we had a big update about this yesterday. There's plenty of fuel. There was just a delay in getting the trucks out because of power at the Tampa port. I can attest on my way in at 3 a.m. this morning, tankers were exiting the port. They were at most of the gas stations that I passed, filling up. There's plenty of fuel, folks. You just gotta use your patience, have some of it. You will get it.
And we'll keep an eye out here for, any intersections that do not have power. It looks like this one appears to be functioning properly. I'll tell you what, though, with the power outages, food is hard to come by. Grocery stores are not fully yet up and running. Fast food restaurants, people just looking for something quick as they get back to working on their homes. They're not fully back up and running. And that's usually what people want more than anything in the aftermath of a storm. They're looking for supplies, gas, and then food. And that is, look, not everybody has a generator. So there are a lot of people out there without power and that have been snacking on non-perishables for the last couple of days. When the restaurants get back up and running, both fast food and sit-down restaurants, there's going to be a lot of happy folks out there.
It's definitely something that, you try and get out and
give me 1 minute here, you guys.
It's definitely something that you try and get out. You want to sit in the AC maybe for a minute, especially today. Tomorrow will be a little bit warmer, mid 80s. But again, we're really going to stay mostly dry with this next couple of days. So we have been thankful for the drier conditions for sure that we have had after Milton, because obviously we ended up with over 3 million people without power. So it could be worse with high humidity and hot temperatures, but it's actually been relatively comfortable. We are starting to warm up now. I do think that we are going to be a little warmer today and tomorrow, but another nice cool down coming for the middle of the upcoming week. We got a couple of cold fronts coming through. They will be mostly dry cold fronts, so not, again, bringing us any more flooding concerns, but they will kind of keep our temperatures comfortable. Wednesday and Thursday, actually, though, looking really, really nice. So again, if you're just joining us, Eagle 8 HD is up in the sky surveying some of the damage that we have seen, the flooding that we have seen after Hurricane Milton. Eagle 8 HD right now up near Lakeside Woodlands, Beacon Woods in Hudson, just inland from Gulf Shores. I think that's kind of where the camera is pointed right now, just south of Gulf View. So this was an area that also saw hurricane conditions. Those gusts were fierce on the northern side, and we also had significant rainfall on the northern side. Where we're at right now, kind of making our way down Hudson Avenue, we got about 10 to 14 inches of rain. And again, all of that rain falling in a short amount of time has to go somewhere. So we are seeing some of those lower lying areas being inundated and the rivers swelling, a lot of the ponds, the normal ponds, seeing much higher levels than normal. But this area gym that you guys are looking at right now. Kind of describe what you're seeing up there. It looks in decent condition at the moment.
Yeah, it's in pockets. Well, we are currently flying, I believe, south. I'm not really sure. So we're just looking around, seeing what we see. We do come across a few gas stations with lines, but they do seem orderly. I was out yesterday, and it was not orderly. I believe today, because Sheriff's Department's out, they are keeping people in check. Yesterday it was kind of wild. I was out in Bel Rico area, and a gas station on an intersection was causing a conflict with the intersection because people were trying to cross the road to cut in line to get gas. So it was very chaotic. It took a long time to get through that intersection. But today everything seems to be more orderly.
That's good. Yeah, I know. Tensions are high with everyone, right? Tensions were high before the storm with the stress levels of just kind of the unknown, not really knowing what to expect. Now tensions are still high. The storm is over. We're dealing with the after effects of it. I just keep saying everybody just needs to take a deep breath, relax a little bit. We're going to get through this. We got to hold our head up high. The cleanup efforts continue. I know there is a ton of cleanup to do. We are kind of broken. We're bruised out there right now, but we will all get through this. We got to stay strong and just have so much patience. I know we have seen so many of our community members come together and really lift each other up. Everybody's helping each other without being asked, and it's fantastic. We all have moments, and we just all have to kind of take a deep breath and just wait it out. It's going to be some long days ahead, long road to recovery. Unfortunately, we still have 6 more weeks of hurricane season. Nothing brewing out there right now. JB and I were talking about it before the stream, and there is no Nadine out there. Want to dispel some of those rumors at the moment. The tropics. Yes, we have Tropical Storm Leslie. There's a tropical wave out there, but there's nothing brewing in the Gulf of Mexico or the Caribbean in the next 7 days.
While we have a moment, I was stepping away from the microphone because, we had some guys come here, some friendly fens. While Eagles repositioning, some friendly fens in the street. You guys can look up that way. This is Dan and Jason from our sister station WKRG. This is a cool Next Star moment because we've had reinforcements come in. These are 2 buddies of mine from my old station. Guys, meet Amanda Holly, by the way.
Guys. Thanks for being here.
Dan the man here. I've going back to my old station in Alabama. I work with these guys, and they are here as reinforcements to help us out. So the family that is
We're all
Next
tired. We need any extra help.
It's hard work out there. It's hot, it's hard to get gas.
And you guys have been through it.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have been through it.
We've
Yes.
been through some pretty bad ones ourselves.
Yeah.
So we get the process.
Yeah.
You don't have to be happy about it, but you just have to go through it.
We do.
You know what I mean?
It's day by day.
I've been on assignments with both of these guys in the past, so I just looked to my right and I saw them, and I just wanted to, folks, comment section, chat. These are reinforcements that have come into the area, and I just wanted to give Dan and Jason a shout out because they've been helping us out, and it's great to see how stations can work together during crisis. So.
The
guys,
communities come together. Our Next Star communities come together. It's really great.
Thank you.
So great.
Pleasure, buddy.
Guys,
Pleasure.
man.
It's good to see you.
I love to see your smiling faces, and if anything you need, we can help you in any way.
The station has been
Hot
really
wings.
nice.
Hot wings. I need hot wings.
I
I need a decent place to find some good hot wings.
Where can this man get some hot wings? I would invite you over, Jason. I don't have power. I got bedrooms, but I don't have power. We'll let you get back to it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you
Really.
very much.
And
It was great meeting
Yeah,
you.
you
good
too.
seeing
Thank
you,
you
my friend.
guys.
It's been really nice.
Awesome to hear.
Hey, Gene at KRG, thank you for sending reinforcements our way. We really do appreciate it.
And that's just 2 of the folks roaming our newsroom right now. There are multiple folks here from around the country, and we can't thank them enough because, again, it's been long days for us. It's been long days for you guys at home. Obviously, before the storm, we were getting ready for it, right? And now we're in that recovery mode, and we're covering the stories. So I was saying to a reporter here earlier that, the meteorologist job, it's kind of wrapped up at this point. We have nice weather in the forecast, which is really great. But JB, as you know, you've been out there in the field. The stories are only just beginning. We've got weeks of recovery, months of stories that will come out after this of greatness of our communities. There's going to be sad stories that come out of this, but it's only just beginning.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine just how many lives have been impacted by this storm, and in different ways. The stories are going to be unique. We're going to be talking about young kids that have been displaced and don't know when they're going to. Oh, look at this line. Hey, Jim, real quick, as I'm, talking here, what is this line you have found? And let's get an updated location if we can for Eagle. It looks like you're you're east of Hudson. Checking in, Jim. What do you have here?
We are at a gas station that is a very long line. I'm going to pull out here so they can see. I think people need to understand that gas is coming. We flew over the port this morning, and tankers were going out. People just need to be patient. I don't think there's going to be a shortage. It's just going to take time to get to these gas stations and get the electricity back up and running.
Yeah, that's a long line, Amanda.
It is, and it's going to, that's a small gas station. Looks like there's only 3-4 pumps there, so it's going to take some time. You got to pack some activities for the kids in the car, pack some music for yourself, listen to something calming, because yes, you're going to be there a while, but you'll get there. Yeah, that's a smaller gas station, so that line. But look, the cones are set up; they're ready to go.
Just like you see people get really upset. I mean, it's a terrible comparison, but I'm gonna make it anyway. It's like when you're in line for, something on Black Friday, and you're waiting in line for a long time, and then all of a sudden, they announce to the line, "That's it." No more.
Listen.
We've run out, and
it is a possibility.
At some point, that is going to happen, and you feel heartbroken for the person that is next in line and has been waiting for potentially an hour or hours.
More. But you hope that the tanker maybe comes right in with you as it's emptying, and you can wait for it. As Jim just said, there are tankers constantly leaving the port of Tampa. We provide, I think what I heard the number, over 40% of fuel for the state of Florida, for businesses, for gas stations, for McDill. So yes, the fuel is on the way. They have assured us that there's no shortage. There was just a slight delay in getting the tankers out because they had to have power for the tankers to go into the port and to come back out. They had to check all of them in, check all of them out, and there has to be power for that. So power has been restored, and the tankers are on their way out. That was one of the things that the energy companies were talking about, how they have to restore the power in certain stages. The first thing that they go look at is that critical infrastructure. Does the port have power? Do our main facilities have power? And then they slowly go on down the line of prioritization, and they have that ready to go. So getting power to the port was one of their priorities. They did so very quickly, which was really great to see. So the fuel is coming, folks, but there has been long lines throughout the day. There was lines even at 3 a.m. So just because you're getting up in the middle of the night, there was lines in the middle of the night as well. But I do anticipate in the next 24 hours, everyone will have fuel, enough fuel to get them through the week.
As I understand it, Governor DeSantis is going to be giving an update. We'll be tapping into that here shortly. However, we're staying with Eagle and checking in with pilot Roy Harkness and photographer Jim Farquhar in Eagle 8 HD. Hey, fellas, it sounds like, or rather looks like, you are heading east. Actually, I think that they might be talking to our control room here as they pivot, and it looks like, yes, they're making a turn now south. I would imagine at this stage, fuel is starting to become part of the conversation.
Yeah, they've been up for a while.
Yep, they took off from Davis Islands in Tampa, near the station here. And then they hit up, really, they moved through Tampa, through Northdale, into Odessa. Then they were in the Alfers area, which we were talking a lot about on stream yesterday, into Port Richey, up towards Hudson, and then making this big east and now southward move down. Let's see here. Yeah, down the Sun Coast is 589. Jim, do you have us? Yeah, actually coming up on, Land O'Lakes is to their left, to the east of their path at the moment.
Yes. They're left. Yeah. But yeah, they're coming
did
down.
I say right?
Nope, you were right. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I was just reorienting myself in the direction that they're headed. Again, they're right over the Suncoast Parkway, 589 there, and are making their way back down to the south. Not seeing a ton of flooding here. Certainly the lakes, rivers, not the rivers, the retention ponds. That's what I was looking for. Those are full on both sides of the highway when you see one. But we certainly saw a lot of unfortunate flooding earlier, as JB was mentioning, when he was over the Elfers area with the Anclote
Do we
River.
need fuel?
Go ahead, Jim.
Jim, do you hear us? No, I think he might
Hey,
be.
JB, are you there?
Yeah. Hey, Jim, you got us?
Yeah, we are heading south on 589. We're heading towards Clearwater Air Park to fuel up.
10-4, Jim.
So we'll stay with Eagle 8 HD's views while we have them until they head down to fuel up, and we'll see where they go from there. But lots of greenery, what we're looking at here. Lots of little creeks and streams, though, that we are flying over that are kind of covered by a lot of these trees, and all of them really swollen at this point. We're zoomed in to another little neighborhood. It looks like most of that water kind of staying just away from those homes, but it certainly is full. We don't need any more rain. I was talking about this the other day, day before, that if we ended the year today, it would be a record year of rainfall.
That's unbelievable. That's unreal.
And we're not done. Obviously, it's October, September, October, November, and December left. Typically, we are now in our dry
Roy,
season.
Can we go down the coast?
Again, I know he's talking to multiple.
So, yeah, we're now in our dry season.
We're trying to
Jim,
figure out the
you got
best
us?
route path and get some video back to you. Go ahead, JB.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're crossing paths here a little bit. No, is there anything you want to pass along, Jim, while we were chatting?
No, I'm just talking to our pilot. When I talk to the pilot, you guys also hear it. So.
Oh yeah, no.
All good.
We are.
All good.
We're gonna try to head towards the coast and go down towards Clearwater.
You got it. We're following you the whole way, Jim. And to you and Roy, thank you guys for what you're doing up there. I know these flights can be long, and it's it takes a lot of focus, of course, to really man the camera. And I don't think people understand how these flights can be difficult to pull off, because you are moving and you're trying to keep your head on a swivel, and using your own two eyes in Eagle itself to monitor what's going on out there, but then you're also focused on a computer screen and a joystick, and you're trying to move things around. It's a lot of multitasking up there for Jim and Roy.
Yes.
Not to mention
Sure.
also, and Jim is also talking to us.
Right. I was just going to say, so yeah, Roy is piloting, making sure they're safe up in the sky, getting them to where they need to go. But then Jim is the one zooming in and looking at this small little screen on inside the helicopter and trying to zoom in to make sure it's focused. And then also, I don't know if you've ever been in a small helicopter, but there's a motion factor to it as well. So lots going on up in Eagle 8 HD. We very much appreciate our photographers up there giving us all the views that we always get.
Yeah, you guys are the best team. Thank you.
About to come up on slightly larger creek. They are making their way toward kind of over the Starkey Ranch District Park. And we're seeing some of the little communities passing by there as well. Again, all of these retention ponds very, very full, but doesn't look like in this particular area, which is good, that it is into the homes. We did see that earlier, again, in the Anclote River area where the crest was above record stage.
Hey, Jim, I see that you're heading towards the coast, and it sounds like you and Roy are about to make your way south. Are you going to be coming across Tarpon Springs, or do you think you're going to be cutting south towards Palm Harbor? Because, yeah, just curious.
Hold on, let me ask Roy. Roy, where are we going? Yeah, we're gonna head to the coast. We could probably go down US 19.
You'll be coming across Tarpon Springs, I believe, and that's an area that a lot of people have asked about, just for multiple reasons. One, there's a lot of folks that live in that area. Two, it's on the water. But three, it's beloved for the sponge docks. The Greek restaurants there, the Greek community. People love visiting Tarpon Springs, including myself. And we've had a lot of commenters asking about Tarpon Springs. So we might, perhaps, fuel is, of course, the number one priority, but we might be coming across that here soon. We're now coming across Trinity.
Yeah. So they'll take a turn to the south to try and go get some fuel. And when we look at the coastline, you're going to see depending on how close to the coast we get, the communities that were severely impacted by the storm surge from Helene. But this area was not impacted by storm surge from Milton because the storm made landfall to the south. There was a concern at one point if it made landfall north that surge could have been higher, but because it made landfall down in Sarasota County, the Pinellas County coastline, Tampa Bay, Hillsborough did not see that surge, which was good news. But we are seeing the river flooding. So there was, again, 5 different components that we were looking at with Milton. 2 of those flooding concerns, surge from the Gulf of Mexico, and the flooding concern from the freshwater rain that we had. So we had low-lying areas flood. We're seeing the rivers rise. And the silver lining, I guess you could say, one of the lighter notes is that Pinellas County did not see the second round of storm surge from Milton.
We were talking earlier about just how many stories are going to be told.
Yeah.
These are stories of where people will recognize that this was a turning point in their life and where they lost so much, if not everything. I mean, we have heard emotional interviews where people are conflicted because they have lost so much, but also are grateful because they're alive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's such an emotional contrast. On one hand, you're grateful to be here and breathing and in many cases for most people, to be able to say that their family is alive and doing well. And then on the other hand, to realize that your life is forever changed because you have lost so much and you have to basically start all over again. So you're happy, but you're also gutted. And it's difficult to put into words how we have seen people in these interviews. Brittany Muller was talking to some folks yesterday, Nicole Rogers as well, that it was difficult to gauge their emotional reaction because on one hand they are so relieved to be alive and relieved for the storm to be over, but then also devastated over how much they've lost.
And I think it comes in waves, JB, right? So,
Sure.
The waves of just shock. There's an initial shock of how did this happen? We've heard a lot of folks say, we've never seen this before, and it's because we haven't. I mean, even when 2004 rolled by, we had Charlie, Jean, and Francis, and it was a stressful few months. We never were directly impacted. This was the first time a major hurricane had a direct impact on the Tampa Bay area in 103 years. So we haven't seen this. And the storm surge, even though Helene didn't directly make landfall in our area, that was record storm surge that we haven't seen in at least 100 years. So we haven't seen anything like this. It's hard to comprehend, the forecast and what's coming if you've never seen it before. So there's a lot of shock that goes into it. And then, yes, you go through the happiness of having yourself, but then the sadness. There's a lot of people talking about survivor's guilt, with just having maybe no power, but everything else being just fine. But you feel bad because you did come away with hardly any, damages and things like that. So definitely a lot of emotions going through our entire community right now. And we're just trying to hold our head up high. We're trying to pick up the pieces and take it day by day.
Checking in with Jim in Eagle 8 HD. Jim, what you got?
I think we're over the Anclote River where it dumps into the Gulf. Looks pretty good here. I don't see any major flooding right now, but it does come in pockets.
Yeah, so it is kind of interesting. We have one gauge that is up near Elfers, one of the river gauges for the Anclote. And that one is what is in major flood stage, but that water gets distributed pretty quickly once it gets near the coast, and the river gauges that are near the coast are actually in relatively normal stages. But if you really focus in on those rivers right next to the Gulf, it is a rushing rampant of water because there's so much water flowing out, and it's trying to flow out so quickly. So, we're not seeing a ton of flooding here, but certainly the current is fast.
Jim, to your left is the Tarpon Springs Sponge Docks. I know that there are a lot of people who have been asking about Tarpon Springs, and I believe that is it. This is the Tarpon Springs area right here. And let's see exactly what we're looking at. And it looks like conditions have certainly improved here. We've been talking about things, getting a bit better for folks in some of these coastal communities like Tarpon Springs, and that's certainly a relief to see. Obviously Milton, hit a couple days ago now, a few days ago, and so conditions are marginally improving for some communities, so that is a relief to see as we follow Eagle making its way south.
This was an area severely impacted with the surge from Helene. So they are, still going to start to begin to recover again from that, as well as what was added on top of Milton. Some of those maybe shrimp boats there.
Yep. It's so interesting to compare Helene and Milton. Because the surge here, you can't see Amanda's face, folks, but we're both in disbelief over how both storms had such a unique and different impact on our area. This is why Tracking the Tropics exists. We have this show, this educational live stream, this program to keep people informed, because I think it's fair to say, Amanda, that no two hurricanes are alike.
We say it all the time because we don't want anyone to get complacent and say, oh, well, I've been through a Category 1 hurricane before, I've been through this storm and it wasn't that bad, right? So Helene was totally different from Debbie, but they took extraordinarily similar paths, but they were two totally different storms. So it is absolutely correct to say that no two storms are alike. Every single storm, whether it be a depression, a tropical storm, or a Category 5 hurricane, they all bring different threats.
And that's what we do on Tracking the Tropics, is break down how these storms are different, how they come together and form, how they wobble and move in our waters, whether it be in the Gulf and coming to us like Milton did from the west, or in the Atlantic, coming off the coast of Africa and moving in our direction from the east. It's the reason that we're in the 6th season of this live stream, our 6th hurricane season together, Amanda, and every storm, even one that can hit the same state a couple of weeks apart, like Helene and Milton, can have completely different impacts on the area.
That's why we like to bring in meteorologists from different areas when storms are impacting different areas, because we always say follow your local meteorologists, because we know how each storm is going to impact our area the best. We know how the angle of approach of a tropical storm or a hurricane is going to impact our area differently because of the shape of our coastline, or because of the elevation and how much rain we're going to see, and what rain is going to impact what rivers. If you're looking at broader meteorologists or just folks that are on social media, it's not as easy for them to pinpoint hyper-local impacts. So we love to bring in meteorologists from across the country on tracking the tropics, and that's really helpful when a storm, is impacting, say, Louisiana. We've been on here for many, many storms, a lot of them being Louisiana, and we've brought in meteorologists from there who can really help us with, JB, things as simple as county names and the parishes up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're now taking a look. The Eagle 8 HD is continuing down to move to the south. We're just south of Palm Harbor, kind of in between Palm Harbor and Dunedin. We're traveling down. I'll get a road name for you. Pop up. But we're just along the coast there, just passing Curlew Road, obviously looking at one of the inlets, the Dunedin Causeway.
So, Jim, let's just check in with you and get a plan together here. You're going to land, refuel, and then what is the plan from there, or have you not figured that out just yet?
We are going to land at Clearwater Air Park to get some fuel. Then we will regroup and keep going.
10-4. We're going to stay with you over the course of the stream.
Something to note while we're looking at, the in between the barrier islands and the, Pinellas actual county here is the watercolor. It's unfortunately not very pretty out there. It hasn't been since Debbie came through. It started to improve a little bit right before Helene came through, and then we are just trying to exit so much fresh water, which is now, has tannins in it, so it's a different. We're just not seeing the pretty, blues and the turquoises, JB, that we typically see with, in our area, because we've seen so much rainfall. So it'll be a while, I think, before we see those pretty colors return, unfortunately.
Amanda, we're going to mute mics here for a second. Jim, we're muting mics just for a moment. I need to talk to Amanda for 1 second. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm going to power down here. Do I need to turn the transmitter off?
Back here with you in the stream center. I believe that Eagle is getting ready to land in Clearwater. And so I believe that shot is now frozen. I'd like to bring up a couple other things in the meantime. Amanda, how long do you have with us here on stream? Because I know
I can sit here for a while. I was just actually going to pull up some weather graphics to show in the meantime.
And what I'd like to show, you can pull up those weather graphics. In the meantime, folks, as she does, no, you can continue working, Amanda, because what I'm going to do is I actually want to bring up and really one of our final views of the wobble tracker And what's most interesting about this was obviously a phenomenal resource for us during the storm, track wobbles in relation to the NHC's track. But now we have the entirety, really, of the past track of this storm. And you can see those movements from these wobbles. And we talk about how storms wobble. And there was a time, and I wish I could like mouse over this, Amanda, but
Yeah,
but I can't.
the jog to the east and then the jog to the north.
There is. Do you have a lav mic over there? Is there a lav?
Yeah. I don't know how.
Stand
Pretty
by,
low
folks.
battery, but yeah. It's pretty low battery, but yeah.
Okay, let's give it a go. Just gonna hold this. So here's what I want to do. Whoa, bring this down. We were monitoring this in real time, of course, and we were on stream during this, making sure that I am on camera. Yes, I am. Okay.
Nice.
So I'm not a meteorologist, but bear with me, folks, because I was able to, of course, provide some perspective with our meteorologists as we were monitoring this storm in real time. And here's what happened. We were, of course, on stream for the entirety of this past track. And what was happening was we had this movement here, and then this was the section of the storm right here, where folks, look, there was some nerves setting in. Folks were really starting to get nervous around this movement. We were talking for a long period of time about how there was storm surge scenario 1, which was the doomsday scenario for Tampa Bay itself, which was all of that counterclockward motion with the hurricane pushing all of that water into Tampa Bay. And that would have happened not necessarily with the path going through Tampa Bay itself, but really more to the north of the bay itself, more into Pinellas County, because that counterclockward motion would have pushed all of that water through into downtown Tampa, and really all of the communities that make up the Tampa Bay area would have been inundated with miles potentially inland of storm surge. It could have been a really bad scenario for Tampa Bay itself. Catastrophic, I think, is the best word perhaps to describe it. So that's what was happening here when we had this motion right here in a north by northeast direction, right? We didn't know if the storm at that point was going to make the turn. We did, of course, have the NHC's track, which, of course, took it really between Anna Maria Island and Siesta Key. However, yes. The governor is talking. Oh, okay. The governor's talking. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Let's get back to the Stream Center seat here and get you to Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's listen in.
And obviously, as power gets restored, maybe some of them have generators that they can get on, and then the Port of Tampa's open. You're going to see the fuel flowing, but in the meantime, we want to give people another option. So this fuel depot here is one of the 3 sites that opened this morning. Plant City here, Bradenton 280K Road, and then St. Pete, 800 First Avenue South in St. Pete. We're in the process of doing more. We're going to do another one closer to the heart of Tampa in Hillsborough County. We're going to do another one in a different part of Pinellas County, and we're going to do at least one in Sarasota County, and perhaps some more depending on the demand that we have. And so these are free for people. We're doing 10 gallons per customer. So you go, you get it, and you could be on your way. So this is stuff that we are providing for people to be able to do. So these public fuel sites Although we have done fuel support in the past, we've never done it to this scale, and that is on top of the amount of fuel that we provided directly to service stations. As the ports closed, even though they had dockside operations, eventually that had to stop. We went and did 400,000 gallons of diesel directly into the supply chain, and then 500,000 gallons of regular gasoline directly into the supply chain. So some of the fuel that people got at the service stations was a result of Florida providing that. We also, prior to the storm, had 31 sites for emergency fuel distribution for first responders, healthcare workers, and other critical personnel. So right now, we still have 1.8 gallons of diesel and over 1 million gallons of regular fuel that are on hand in the state. And these are going to be used at these fuel depots primarily until the entire fuel situation is resolved. Now, we have Florida ports that are actively receiving shipments, like Port Tampa Bay. Additional vessels are en route. They are filling up the trucks, and we're bringing the trucks where they need to be. Port Canaveral has taken on additional fuel vessels. In one terminal alone, did 531 trucks yesterday. And then we have Florida Highway Patrol that will escort the tankers from the ports to the respective service stations. Now, most of the fuel, if you see a gas station is out, most of that is they don't have power. Now, they may also need to get their fuel shipment as well, but if they don't have power to be able to run the pumps, then it's an academic issue. So what we're doing in the state of Florida, Kevin Guthrie and his team, they have generators that can be deployed. Now, a lot of these gas stations, quite frankly, are supposed to have generators. Very few of them have used them that I've seen, especially in the areas that were the hardest hit, be that as it may. So Kevin and the DEM are working with the utilities. If you have a stretch where you got service stations and power is anticipated to come on later today, well, then they're not going to rush a generator down to rewire it for the generator when the power is going to come on anyways. If they think it may be 48 hours or more, then they're seeing that demand and bringing generators to those service stations. So I think you can continue to see that, but we are also optimistic that you're going to see a lot of these stations end up getting power relatively short order in the coming days. So major fuel effort underway. You're going to have more of these state-run sites that are going to be available. We understand particularly to get people through the weekend, we want to be able to use the fuel reserves that we provided and get those into people's tanks. So I appreciate Kevin and his team working very quickly to make this happen. Yesterday, the state of Florida submitted our post-landfall major disaster declaration to unlock additional resources for the state. And this morning, we got that approved by the President of the United States. And we have been granted individual assistance, which is individual and households, and public assistance, which is emergency work and repair and replacement of disaster damaged facilities for 34 impacted counties, including Hillsborough and all the counties in this area. We've also submitted requests for the following federal programs to supplement other efforts we already have active: transitional sheltering assistance, clean and sanitized non-congregate sheltering like travel trailers and hotels, and direct housing, 18-month trailers. So Kevin can talk a little bit more about that, but he's working very hard on that. We have continued to have search and rescue teams active. I think as you've seen around Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, when the storm left, and Kevin and our team had said this was going to happen, water continued to rise. So you've seen rescues done by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, the other sheriff's departments and police departments in the area, and we appreciate that. Fortunately, some of the stuff we've seen is damaging, not though at the 15, 20 feet. And so fortunately, we never had the 15 to 20 feet storm surge, but still, rising water is very dangerous, and these guys have sprung into action. So all the folks who've responded locally, thank you for what you've done. We're now with Florida National Guard supporting 19 counties. We have 115 active missions, 28 engineer missions, which are helping clear sand off the roads and some of the things that the counties need focused on. 39 points of distribution in 14 counties. I know there were a number that opened in Hillsborough this morning. Those are basically responding to requests from the counties. So, for example, some counties like Pinellas have opened their own pods. I think they have some municipal pods, and some county, they've asked us to do 3 mobile pods to supplement. That's fine. If you want us to do that, we'll do that. If you want us to do full pods, we'll do full pods. One of the things I've spoken with some folks locally about is ensuring that there's supplies of things like ice. And so we have major trucks filled with ice that are now en route to the Tampa Bay area, and that'll be available at these pods once those trucks arrive, and we're happy to do that. So as of this morning, over 1,000 individuals have been rescued from floodwaters or other hazards. We still have massive amounts of resources available, and we were able to successfully help over 400 healthcare facilities evacuate prior to the storm, and we're proud of how well those facilities have responded and done very well. So as of 9 o'clock this morning, 2.4 million accounts have been restored with power. 2.4 million accounts restored since the storm hit on Wednesday night. And if you think about it, yesterday, Friday, was really the first full day of restoration efforts because the storm didn't fully leave the state until the afternoon on Thursday. And so I know people were working very hard on Thursday and they got in very quickly, but Friday was like the first full day. So 2.4 million restored, 1.6 million currently remaining without, 440,000 FPL, 620,000 Duke, 418,000 TICO, co-ops 94,000, munis 38,000. Co-ops have done very, very quick. You think like you have FPL, these are major companies, right? You kind of see how they can do it. The co-ops traditionally have not been able to do that. They are really, really doing well on the co-op side. So good job on that. So as of 9 a.m. this morning, Hillsborough was 56% out, Manatee 42, Pinellas 67, Sarasota 30, Volusia 26. State of Florida has responded to local requests from Hillsborough with the following resources: 15 truckloads of shelf-stable meals, 10 truckloads of water, 4 truckloads of tarp, 5 truckloads of ice, sleeping trailers for 200, water pumps, 6 vacuum trucks for stormwater removal, and 14 additional high-water rescue vehicles. Cut and toss began at first light by Florida Department of Transportation. They've now cleared 12,000 miles of roadway. They are now focusing on debris pickup on State Road and are doing that very rapidly. They've done 150 bridge inspectors for a total of 2,400 bridges that have been inspected. We're getting close to over 90% of all traffic signals that are back optional without the need for a generator. If you come to a traditional four-way stop signal and it's out, treat it as a four-way stop. All the major highways and bridges in the Tampa Bay area are open. All commercial airports besides Sarasota, Bradenton are open. We originally had a report that I said yesterday that it was going to be open this morning. It turns out they are going to need a few more days for that, so that will reopen Wednesday, October 16th. But all other commercial airports are open. 18 school districts that experienced closures last week will be open on Monday, October 14th. You can find the information for your school district if you go to fldoe.org/storminfo, fldoe.org/storminfo. Remember, we're still seeing hazards after the storm, especially in standing water. We have continued to see, unfortunately, some fatalities as a result of things like down power lines. So please continue to exercise caution as you recover from the storm. ladder safety, generator safety. If you need help with things like clearing debris off your property, we have organizations that are in Florida that can help you with that. And you can call Hope Florida, 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE, to be able to see the resources that are available for you. And that Hope line will be 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. The Hope bus will be located in the following places today: New College of Florida in Sarasota, 10 a.m. to 3, Bayside Church in Bradenton, 12 to 5, and then Murdoch Baptist Church in Port Charlotte, 10 to 3. Hope teams will be deployed to canvass in St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, and Fort Myers neighborhoods to support communities that were impacted by the tornadoes, and they will be going door to door with supplies as well as with Activate Hope cards. Of course, we have our emergency bridge loan that has been activated. Businesses up to $50,000, agriculture up to $100,000, cattle and citrus up to $150,000. Zero interest loans, www.floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also now raised millions more for the Florida Disaster Fund, but if folks want to participate and help with that, I know there'll be a lot of people in this community that'll appreciate that. FloridaDisasterFund.org, FloridaDisasterFund.org. Again, I want to thank everybody that's been involved. I know particularly here in Hillsborough County, you've had folks like Chad and his team have been working not just this storm, but from the previous storm. Same with Pinellas and Manatee, Sarasota, Pasco, all these places have been doing this now for close to 3 weeks from when we did the state of emergency for Helene. So it's not easy to do. People are rising to the occasion. We got a lot of work left to do, but we will absolutely get through this. Okay, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. I want to pick up where the governor left off on this fuel. We are happy to report that, as he said, the ports are starting to take in fuel. By 12 o'clock today, there will be 4 different locations at the Tampa port that will be offloading 37.3 million gallons of fuel. That'll happen starting at 12 o'clock today, and that'll immediately be available for pumping into the distribution lines. Governor, it's because of leadership like that that makes us successful, that you were able to sit with federal partners, state agencies, and get that done. Urban search and rescue teams are finishing up the search and rescue operations, and I want to thank all the first responders, those that are here at this site and those that are at sites all around the state of Florida, for immediately jumping into action and getting to work. If you are still in need of reunification, you cannot find a loved one, American Red Cross is the best at that, so please make sure you call them at 1-800-RED-CROSS. That's 1-800-RED-CROSS for the reunification line. As the governor mentioned this morning, we have been approved. Actually, technically, it was like midnight last night, but this morning we were approved for our major disaster declaration from FEMA. They have given us full Category A, which is debris removal, full Category B, which is the emergency protective measures that government. Both of those categories are things that government run into problems. I'm going to address that in just a second. But more importantly, they've given us 100% individual assistance for the 34 counties that we requested. So that means now that all 34 counties have been approved for individual assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov, that's disasterassistance.gov, and start registering today. Now I want to caution you, if you're a victim of both Helene and Milton, you need to separate those two. Talk about Milton in Milton's case, talk about Helene in Helene's case. If you cross them over, that's going to lead to additional bureaucratic, what we call requests for information. So keep them specific. Talk Helene damage, talk Milton damage. With this, we have formally requested this morning at 8 o'clock 4 specific programs to be turned on by FEMA. They are awaiting these letters, and they are already working these letters. The first one is transitional sheltering assistance. The second one is called clean and sanitize. The third one, non-congregate sheltering. And then the last is direct temporary housing. So transitional sheltering assistance, this will provide up to 6 months of direct lodging for displaced survivors. TSA, the FEMA program, will announce more of that later today after it has been announced that once they approve that. That is a federally run program. You will go to a federal location to get into that program. And when I say federal location, I'm talking about a federal website, federal phone number. The next one is Clean and Sanitize Assistance. This provides a one-time payment of up to $300 for homeowners and renters to make their domiciles, their homes, clean and sanitize them so they can get back into their home. Next one is non-congregate sheltering. Non-congregate sheltering is the state-provided travel trailers and non-congregate sheltering hotel. We have been approved as a Category B measure to turn those things on. Again, Category B, emergency protective measure at the state and local government level to run those programs. So we are requesting that that be turned on. And again, we anticipate all of these being approved. The last one is FEMA's Direct Housing Mission. FEMA's Direct Housing Mission is the one where they go in and put a FEMA trailer on someone's property or in a group site location, and that is for up to 18 months. We'll provide much more information on all of these as they're approved and give people access to what the programs are. One of the things that I mentioned at the top of this in reference to what we asked for, FEMA has approved 100% of Category A and B measures for 90 days. So I'm going to talk for just a second to local, city, special district, county governments. What does this mean in layman's terms? Every day is a pickup day, 24/7. We got 90 days at 100%. Also, that means you can do expedited project worksheets, which means FEMA will take your estimates of what you have on the ground and they will give you 50% of that cost up front so you can start paying bills. The state of Florida does this all the time. This is nothing new. It's been around. We do it. We were approved for Category B of protective measures for Hurricane Milton, and within 4 hours, the federal government approved over $200 million for the state of Florida to start paying their bills. This is one of those times they're going to say city, local government, special districts, be like the state, ask for the expedited project worksheet, get the money in hand. They did it in 4 hours. All right, so please file your expedited project worksheets. If you do not know how to do that, contact the state of Florida through the county emergency management facility, and we will come and help you write those expedited project worksheets. As you continue to take your own recovery back to homeowners, actions at home, remember to wear appropriate safety gear. Make sure that you're not getting involved in any type of hazardous situation. There may be down power lines in your area. Please stay away from them. If you do come across those down power lines, call your local authorities and report them. If you did receive damage to your home, make sure you're taking pictures inside and out. Make sure that there's a frame of reference like a doorknob or electrical socket outlet so that we can see exactly how high the water came up in your homes. If you need assistance with cleanup, we are proud to say that we are partnering once again with Crisis Cleanup. Crisis Cleanup is available to come help you at your home at 844-965-1386. That's 844-965-1386. Do not get caught off guard by scammers. If somebody comes to your house and says, "Give me cash, I'll help you out," send them packing. We will send you volunteer organizations for free, $0. As I often like to say, if it's free, it's for me, all right? You want the free help, not the paid help. Be sure to verify contractor licenses by visiting myfloridalicense.com, myfloridalicense.com, and then report any unlicensed activity at 866-532-1440. We have nearly 20 points of distribution open in this impacted area alone. These sites have shelf-stable food, water, and other items like tarps that you may need. You can find up-to-date locations visiting our website at floridadisaster.org/updates. Our state assistance information line is still taking calls 24/7, and that number is 1-800-342-3557. Now, I know I've given out a whole lot of numbers today, a whole lot of information. The best place to go online is floridadisaster.org/updates. I encourage all of our news media outlets to link their sites to our site. And then you can also get the most up-to-date, up-to-the-minute information if you follow us at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, on X and Instagram, and at FDEM on Facebook for real-time updates. Again, Governor Santos, thank you so much. It makes it very easy for us to do our job when you're at the helm.
Okay, so we will be announcing additional fuel depots for folks in the affected areas. As I said, we're definitely going to do one in Tampa, do another one in Pinellas, and then likely Sarasota, and then maybe another one in that area as well, in addition to the Sarasota Manatee ones that we're going to bring on. So, and the Manatee one's open now. So, and then the power restoration, I mean, you know, I know it when no one ever wants to have any interruption, but these linemen have been working. They were staged, and to have 2.4 million done within basically, I mean, Storm left the state Thursday afternoon, and so here we are less than 48 hours from that, and to do 2.4 million. These guys are working really hard. Not always an easy thing. I think a lot of this stuff they got a good handle on. There may be some that has more damage. We'll see. But everyone's been working really hard. Okay? Anybody? Well, I think you talk to the utilities on that. I mean, they have the personnel they need. Those folks were pre-staged. I think it's just a question of, you know, there was a lot of damage done in a broad area. It takes time to assess initially. I think they worked really hard yesterday. I think you started to see numbers start to come down, and I think you're going to see a very productive weekend for them.
Governor DeSantis, can you walk us through how many trucks are actually at each site, and can you assure the people who are in these lines that they will have access to food?
Right. So I think it's dependent on what the demand is, right? You want to give those numbers?
So in reference to the question, how we set these sites up are based on demand, based on what we see in the market area as far as fuel stations down. So what you see behind us here, we've got over 200,000 gallons of fuel just for this site alone, and I've got more rolling on the way. We just passed a 7-Eleven on the way. They had just run out of gas. I picked up the phone. Our State Emergency Response Chief, Ian Gudicelli, has already got fuel running to that station because we want to get that station back up and running. It certainly helps. It's much more pumps there. So it's I would say a parallel effort between getting power back on the stations that are going to be without power for more than 48 hours. That's the generator program, along with stations that are out of fuel, getting fuel into those stations because they can dispense much faster than we can here. And then where we have both a power problem and a fuel problem, setting up temporary sites like this until we can get stabilization back in the market. I would say right now, if you've got the financial means and you've got a gas station that's open next to you, that's always going to be your best option. But if you're in a situation where you're financially struggling and you need help now, and I see a car that's being pushed up off to our left here, you know, you're in that type of situation, this is the place you need to be.
He didn't say anything to me about it, but he basically said, you know, you guys are doing a great job. We're here for you. If you need something, ask. And so we sent a big request, and we got approved for what we wanted. They've also been, I think, admirably flexible about, okay, we don't want bureaucracy to stand in the way of helping people. You know, in Florida, we do things different. I mean, how the federal government normally operates and how we operate is just miles apart. And, you know, sometimes FEMA does things and people get frustrated, and that's understandable. But sometimes it's like, you know, you have all the bureaucracy. So it's just like, okay, let's try to clear that. So Kevin's really been working, I think, productively with the administrator of FEMA to say, let's get this stuff going. Let's make sure we're helping people, and let's not get mired in a lot of the bureaucracy. And so I think the administration's been receptive to that. And that ultimately is going to be the way, you know, that you do. Like when we did this debris thing to help the Pinellas beaches, you know, we didn't worry about, you know, the reimbursement of FEMA. Now, we did talk with FEMA parallel to us doing it and saying this should qualify, and they have said that they're gonna qualify us for it. But I think what happens in some of the local governments will wait on debris removal until like all the paperwork with this, and you lose valuable time. So we don't want to lose valuable time. We want to push out resources now, and I think we're all singing on the same sheet of music on that. So I think it'll be a good thing. You know, the former President Trump, he's somebody that I'm in regular contact with, just, given his campaign and me being a supporter. And he's has helped with, I think, some of the linemen. I think they housed a couple hundred. And he sends his well wishes. This is good to have this here. There's going to be more. I know we've got one in St. Pete, Manatee. You're going to see Sarasota, additional in Tampa, probably another one in Pinellas. But as we're doing that, you're also going to continue to see more stations get power back. And when we have a station that has power, as Kevin said, that runs out, we're getting fuel back there, sometimes escorting with FHP, the fuel coming from the ports. But if we have some fuel on hand that we can dump into a station, we're willing to do that. We just want people to be able to get what they need. And so we're being very, very nimble about how we approach this. So, okay, well, you'll hear more from us on additional fuel sites. I know we have a lot of pods open. And if there's a demand for more, then we'll go ahead and get more open as well. Thanks.
Back here with you on stream, folks. That was Governor Ron DeSantis putting out some good information. Here he is talking with Hillsborough Sheriff Chad Chronister. They're, of course, having a conversation here. There's Attorney General Ashley Moody there on the right. And again, it's all about coming together and providing the best coordinated state, county, and local response to a really dire situation, Amanda.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of this in the days ahead. It's not just a quick recovery, a quick cleanup. It's a double whammy from Helene, now Milton. So everybody's doing their best to come together. You heard the fuel sites opening there, which is really good news. HCSO is also escorting tankers now to their respective locations to get the fuel out to you. Again, it is coming. Just have some patience there. There's plenty of fuel getting out of the port now.
All right. So let's bring you back into the Stream Center, folks, with myself and meteorologist Amanda Holly. A bit of an update here, and it's an important one. So we're going to check out some of the areas in Pinellas County, and then we're going to head south. But before we talk about heading south, one of the areas that was really an iconic piece of damage to as far as the storm goes is Tropicana Field. We are going to be going to downtown St. Pete to show you the home of the Tampa Bay Rays, a beloved, obviously, sports franchise here in the Tampa Bay area. And we're going to show you the roof that has been ripped off Tropicana Field as part of this flight. We are also going to take you south from there as well and head into probably, Amanda, the worst areas, which is down to the Manatee and Sarasota County beaches, and specifically Venice.
Venice and Englewood.
Venice has, as we understand it, been completely devastated by this storm. If you're talking about a area that was really pinpointed with storm surge, Venice is probably it from what we're hearing, although we have not seen aerials from Venice just yet. We've seen some drone videos here and there from certain spots, but a helicopter provides us with a completely different perspective.
Yeah.
So we are going to be taking you down to Venice on this flight, and that brings us to Eagle 8 HD, and we'll just kind of check in and see if they have our audio routed just yet. Eagle, do you have us? Jim, Roy, you there?
Hey, JB, can you hear me?
Hey, Jim, we have you. How are you?
We're doing well. We are all fueled up and heading to Clearwater.
All right. So starting here with Clearwater, I know that you're going to go hit up the Trop and then the Manatee, Sarasota beaches. Venice is a spot we're really trying to get to, Jim. I know that that's a spot that has been completely devastated as well. Is that going to happen on this flight, you believe?
I believe so. There will be some challenges with fuel since all the airports down there are inoperable, but we will try to figure it out.
All right, 10-4. Thank you, Jim. All right, let's go back full screen here and show everybody where we are with Eagle 8 HD, beginning flight number 2. And I'll bring up flight radar.
Yeah, we're looking at the Dunedin Causeway there.
Mm-hmm. And there you have Eagle. Yep, right there over Dunedin, moving in a south by southeast direction. A little bit of signal interference here, but it will improve.
As we're looking at just kind of a broad overview, Jim is kind of zoomed out, and we have really nice weather still.
Yeah,
we're
what's
seeing
the what's the temperature out there?
Yeah, let's look at some of those current temps. This morning was really nice. We had 63 up in Crystal River. We were in the upper 60s here in Tampa, but right now St. Pete is a little on the warm side, 78. 75 in Tampa. These are current actual readings. So it's nice out there. I mean, this is much better than 88 or, 85 that we could be dealing with. The humidity is still low, and it is dry. So that's good news. The breeze is finally calming down a little bit, but it's going to stay on the nicer side heading into the next few days. So, and it gets warm in the afternoons, but you'll be able to keep your windows open at night all the way through the week.
So you're looking there at Clearwater Beach. And Eagle 8 HD is going to be making its way south in Pinellas County over the course of this flight. Checking in with our commenters out there. Are there any questions that we can answer? Danny, I see your concerns. Let's see here. One area that Danny is talking about is Ellenton, Florida. If we do get inland enough, Danny, we might be able to drop by Ellenton, really outside of Palmetto, in the Bradenton area. We will attempt to show some of that area, but we are heading in that direction. So we also have a lot of area to cover. We're going to do our very best.
And NOAA has been doing their aerial surveys as well. They did this after Helene. They have already surveyed the entire coastline of Sarasota down to Boca Grande and up through Pinellas County as well. So that aerial imagery is up on NOAA's website. They try and do that after every storm to kind of get a before and after above aerial view. Kind of like what Eagle's doing, but just for more of a documentation purpose. But this is nice because we can zoom in on specific areas. We can linger on areas if we need to.
Yeah, Becky asking about the situation in Palmetto. Palmetto is right there on the water, obviously. Yeah. So
my sister-in-law lives in Palmetto. And I know that there is a mobile home community that is there in Palmetto. And again, it's just unfortunate that most of the roofs didn't really make it in that community. Some of the carports were ripped off, like they were trailer estates down in Bradenton as well. Mobile homes, it's a tough spot to ride out a big major storm like this. That's where we're seeing a lot of the, total devastation. So right now it looks like Eagle is just south of Coachman Ridge.
I don't see any flooding.
Making our way toward Morningside Meadows.
Jim, I'm sorry. What were you saying there?
We were checking out an apartment complex that had a lot of people evacuated. Drew in 19. I believe this is it.
You can still see some of the water in the parking lot if you look closely enough. So this is an area, Amanda, where floodwaters might have been way worse, and then all of a sudden, after enough drainage, you're starting to see those waters come down significantly, and we've seen this a lot in the area.
Yeah, and so it looks better, but you can see the water, just
like the remnants of it.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, the remnants, the wet roads still kind of damp there. That'll take some time, but certainly, it takes time for the drainage systems to catch up to the 18 inches of rain that did fall.
Metalk says, how is the river flooding situation in Elfers? Are we expecting additional flooding? It's interesting. We were We were just there in Alfers at the beginning of the live stream meet talk. So if you want to go back, scroll backwards, and you'll be able to find. We were looking at that area, and we're still. Things have improved there. I think it's safe to say, Amanda, but
Yeah,
we got a bit of a ways to go.
Pulling back up the official readings, refreshing those readings up in Elfers. The flood stage is coming down. It has crested. It is not going to go back up, but it's going to take some time before it gets back to, regular levels. Right now, it is at 25.3 feet, and it will be in major flood stage until tomorrow.
So Eagle 8 HD is presently over Clearwater. And it looks like conditions have improved here, Jim. Feel free to...
Yeah, we're going to head down to the St.
Yep.
Pete to check out the Tropicana Field.
Yes, sir. We'll be following you. That's going to be wild because from Eagle, you'll be able to really look into
The
Trop from the sky. Eagle 8 HD has never been able to look into the Trop.
Yeah.
Ever. Obviously, it's an indoor baseball stadium. So this is going to be surreal. I mean, we've seen the drone video, but we've never seen it from a helicopter. This is going to be... I mean, and I'm curious if we're going to look in there. Do you think we're going to see people cleaning up?
I don't know.
I guess we're
I
going to
don't
find
know.
out.
Yeah, I guess. And that'll be right next to the crane that fell over in downtown as well.
Yep. Yeah. Be on the lookout for that crane too, Jim, at the office building there.
Okay.
More lines.
This is the Costco in Clearwater. It seems to have a very long line for gas.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. This is a Costco in, I'm going to give everybody, this is the...
Gulf to Bay and 19.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jim.
I don't.
Oh, you don't have your IFB in? I'll bring up in-house audio?
Yeah, that'd be good. Big line to get in there.
It's nice to see, of course, things moving along on some of our main roadways, such as I-275 and 19. That's obviously number one priority is to keep those main roadways clear in the aftermath of the storm.
Another gas station there.
All right, so here's a Wawa. This appears to be located. Yeah, and I mean we're just in St. Pete now.
East Bay and 19.
Say that one more time.
This is East Bay and 19.
Yep, I got you.
Wrapped around the building.
And cops present. That's I mean, wrapped around multiple sides. You see it there?
Yeah.
To the top of your screen, and then look at them directing traffic here. This is absolutely wild that it's traffic coming in from multiple directions, and every pump has at least 4 cars in the vicinity of it, and they're trying to direct traffic all around so that everybody can get in and out. We've seen some more organized efforts, some less organized efforts, but when you have lines coming in from multiple directions and those lines wrapping around multiple city blocks, it's just going to increase the amount of chaos that you're going to have for people trying to get gas.
Tougher for the sheriffs that are out there kind of directing. Just be patient with everyone.
Be patient, folks. It's hard, and again, it might. No, I hope that they can communicate down the line and just let people know, like, hey, we're running low.
Right,
so
right.
You would hate to have them run out of gas and then all of a sudden telling, an enormous amount of people. That would be a very, very bad situation. People
But also mentally prepare yourself for that. That is a possibility.
Yep. You could wait in line for 2 hours or more, be right there near a pump, and find out that they have run out. Now, help is on the way, and we are expecting in the coming 2 to 3 days the gas situation to stabilize
Yeah.
significantly and things to be relatively back to normal. But it will probably take a couple more days. But gas is something you can find,
Yes.
but we preach patience.
Yeah. We're just north of Pinellas Park now. Continuing to head generally southeast.
Yeah, we're heading towards the Trop.
Again, just a nice day out there, with the exception of the Costco's and the stores and the Wawas.
Hey, Jim, an opportunity here as we wait until you get a little closer to downtown St. Pete. How are you and your family doing, Jim, and Roy as well? Are your families and your homes doing okay? Let's just check in with our pilot and with our photographer in Eagle.
Yeah, my family bugged out to Pensacola. We had a house with some wind damage on a roof, minor leaking inside, but overall pretty well. We expected some real bad flooding, but fortunately it did not happen.
That's good to hear, Jim, and grateful to hear the family got to Pensacola safely. How about how's Roy doing? Is everybody okay with Roy's family and his home?
Roy currently is navigating St. Pete Clearwater Airport, so he's a little busy at the moment.
Understood. Just letting you know, Jim, that when we're streaming, we got people that are, just concerned about you guys and just making sure that you guys know that. That's all.
It's not an easy area, that's for sure. You got
How dare I?
You got PIE, you got Albert Whitted.
The one time I ask about, Roy and Jim and their personal lives, it's right by St. Pete Airport and airspace.
So we're looking at the buildings of downtown St. Pete, and there
is the Trop.
Is Tropicana Field.
Wow. And just a couple of panels.
Three panels left, maybe. A lot of people were asking what were the wind speeds. This was rated for it. How could this happen? Don't remember the exact wind speeds that Dan was talking about a couple of days ago that it was rated for. But we didn't see wind speeds up to that, what it was rated for. I do remember that. But, it's an older facility, and who knows if that accounted for impacts? What if there was flying debris? And then once one panel goes, JB, it was, I think the videos all came in. It was like a progression of just one panel, the next panel, the next panel.
We were on television, Amanda,
Yeah.
when it was happening. The Stream Center was up on WFLA TV, News Channel 8. And we were getting in photos and videos from Report It. People were sending in photos and videos from their from their high rises.
Yes.
Where they had a really good vantage point. Because from the ground, you can see it a little bit, but from the high rises in St. Pete, you can really see down and into the Trop. And so
just the huge sheets of fiberglass that were flapping in the wind and still caught on some of the structures.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what we're going to see when we can look down into it. But yeah, we were simulcasting on air and online and using Report It as a tool, and people were sending in all of these photos and videos of the Trop and of that crane as it came down in downtown St. Pete, all because of the wind. So what were the wind speeds, Amanda, in downtown St. Pete? What was the worst of it as far as Milton?
We had wind speeds reported 106 in Anna Maria, and that was a gust down in Anna Maria. That was an official report, though. I can pull up some of the other official gusts that we had reported. Everyone always says, can you put my city up there? But we only have so many reporting sites, so many actual, anemometers that record these wind speeds. But in St. Pete, an official gust was reported of 101 miles per hour. So, ground level, Trop obviously sits much higher than ground level, though probably higher than that. But I would say anywhere between 100 and 110, at least.
Wow.
This was in that
Unbelievable.
northwest eye wall, too, which had the highest winds. And it was not just a short period of time. It was, a couple of hours that this was just battered continuously by these strong wind gusts.
There you can see into Tropicana Field. And it looks like there is still considerable chunks of rooftop, that fabric that has fallen down into the seats where fans are usually rooting on the Rays. I'm not seeing, it's hard to see from this vantage point if there's any crews in there working just yet. I don't believe that they've begun the cleanup process. It will take a long time. It is the baseball off season for the Rays. October baseball, we're in, of course, the playoffs now. The Rays did not make it to the playoffs this year. So the stadium is inactive. It was an area that was used for first responders. It was a hub.
It was going to be a hub.
Oh, it never was used as a hub, right?
There was nobody in the
right,
Trop
in it
at the time. There was some security guards in there, but I think it was going to be used for the first responders.
And that's where I was
sleep.
confused with some of the messaging because I didn't know if it was going to be, right.
From my understanding, it was, as the cleanup was ongoing, this is where they were going to have a home to kind of set up.
Right. And there you can see a zoomed in
But you can see all the
shot.
cots that were lined up. That's what's on the field.
Right.
Aside
Yep.
from the sheets that are down there.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
There it is.
there's a
Thank
good
you,
shot
Jim.
of the cots. Wow.
There's the foul pole down the third base line. My goodness.
Definitely a mess, but as you stated, JB, it's not baseball season. It's off season for the Rays now, so maybe not a priority to get this cleaned up as much as elsewhere that needs cleaned up. So
Yeah,
downtown.
And the
things like
off
that.
season just began, so they'll have October, November, December, January, February, and into March. So basically 6 months to get the Trop repaired. I don't even. It's difficult to say. First, there's a lengthy cleanup process that will have to take place. They'll have to take down the remaining pieces of lingering rooftop. And then, of course, they'll have to begin actually replacing those panels. It's going to be a lengthy period of time. But hopefully the Trop is ready to go in time for the aftermath of spring training when the regular season begins in the end of March, early April. And there's damage that you can see, but you also just don't know how much infrastructure damage that there is in here too. Catwalks up there, how safe are they? There's so much electronics, wiring and cabling, lighting that has been damaged.
No doubt they'll get structural engineers in there testing everything to see, what needs repaired.
And there again are those cots where they were going to be sleeping.
But again, no one was in there at the time. Just want to reiterate that. There's some security
Grateful.
guards, things like that, but the cots were not being occupied.
All right, I'm being told we're updating Eagle. Stand by.
Roy, I think we're moving to a distribution site.
Right. Eagle, we'll follow you.
Hold on, let me find the address.
I have it for you, Jim, if you want it.
Yep. Talk to me.
All right. 1953, 72nd Street North. And if this helps you, it's right across from Azalea Park. It is the city's temporary debris management site. Thank you to Debbie at the assignment desk for passing that along. Again, 1953, 72nd Street North in St. Petersburg, across from Azalea Park.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We are locating it on our map now and heading that way.
And for Jim.
We will need to come back to get that crane.
Oh, yeah, the crane. Understood, Jim. Updated location for Eagle 8 HD. St. Petersburg now looking at, there it is, 34th Street North. Thanks for the locator, Jim, in true photographer fashion. And coming down 22nd Avenue North, heading westbound. Yeah, I see where you're heading, Jim. I got your location up here on a map, coming up on, and probably in the next 90 seconds, coming up on Azalea Park, folks, the area of the debris management site. So here's several. I'm trying to see if those are dump trucks.
Yeah, we're trying to locate it now. Get.
I think you've found the location, Jim. There's Azalea Park. So this must be it right. Oh, that's it right there, Jim. Top left of your screen. So, folks, this is the St. Petersburg Temporary Debris Management Site located on 72nd Street North across from Azalea Park. St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch is going to be holding a press conference today to discuss cleanup efforts and recovery efforts for the St. Petersburg area. That press conference is coming up at 2 o'clock. And I believe that we will be there. We will have that press conference streaming live. So they are setting this up to help handle all the debris that has been just scattered and tossed about in Pinellas County as a result of Milton. There you can see some of the vehicles, some of the trucks that are offloading some of that debris here, Amanda. This is going to take a long time.
And I imagine those piles are going to get very large. I mean, you see, just before we zoomed in here, there was already a line waiting to pull in here. Look at all of that just being unloaded.
Tree after tree.
I mean, even as a meteorologist forecasting this, I talked on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday leading up to the storm about how, trees large and small would be uprooted and branches broken. But even on my way home on Thursday, I think I was still in shock at how much tree debris there was.
And to be clear, folks, this is a temporary debris management site that has just been set up. So if you're thinking, oh, that's it, they literally just put this together. So when we come back with Eagle in the days ahead, you can imagine that a lot of this parking lot is just, this pile is going to grow significantly as more and more people come back into town, are cleaning up their area, and all of this debris is collected. As Amanda noted, it has to go somewhere, and this is likely where much of it will end up. I mean, here we go. I mean, this is where officials, that one dump truck there is going to be a pile probably several feet high.
You can see where they're starting in the back of the parking lot too. So they're going to, that pile's going to grow. And it's looking at this is just a lot of work. You knew, somebody had to load it all in there, right? And then someone's got to unload it out of all these trucks, go back for more, I imagine. And this is only tree debris, too. This isn't any other kind of waste or anything like that. Appliances, nothing like that. But certainly a useful site for people.
Yep. And the city organizing these efforts. And again, Mayor Welsh will be speaking at 2 o'clock. I believe that our own Alessandra Young is covering that press conference, if I'm told correctly. I'll read this
JB,
in the release. Yeah, Jim, I'm sorry. Go.
Yeah, we're going to try to move on from this. We need to cover a lot of ground today, so we're going to go back to St. Pete to shoot the crane on the building.
Roger that, Jim. Reading this here from the release. The city opened this location as a temporary debris management site where residents and private haulers can dump off storm debris. So, folks, if you load up your truck with debris, you need a place to take it, this is the place. One more time, 1953 72nd Street North. This location is across from Azalea Park. Look at that.
What's all that? That's not tree debris.
So it looks like they're sending people in two different directions.
Oh.
If you've got debris that is from your home, furniture, fencing, your your screened-in porch collapse, your dock, whatever it may be, it looks like that is the pile there where they're directing you to offload. And it looks like the other pile there was trees and branches and limbs themselves.
All
look
right,
at that.
JB, we have some sort. The reinforcements are coming.
Well, interesting. Wonder if I can bring that up on flight radar, or nah, maybe not. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't see those guys on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that they're pretty important. And Jim, I don't know if you or Roy can provide some perspective here as to what we're looking at, but is that Coast Guard? Is that military? Another branch of the military?
Roy is telling me it's Marine Corps.
Marine Corps. Thank you, Roy.
I know there's been help coming in since the storm left. I was watched a C-17 fly over MacDill yesterday. Certainly, all the resources came in as soon as they possibly could.
We'll see federal aid, state aid,
Yeah.
Aid from our military, aid from the American Red Cross, aid from other nonprofits. There's going to be a considerable focus on getting Tampa Bay and all the way through down south, through to Sarasota, all the way down to Venice, areas that are been knocked down but are not out, getting them back up on their feet. Look at this shot, Jim. Wow. Again, from Eagle 8 HC pilot Roy Harkness, this is aircraft over the St. Pete area, and this is the U.S. Marine Corps. Yeah, I guess when you're at that level, you're not popping up on flight radar.
No.
Nope. I mean, yep. Another look at Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Heavily damaged with the roof blowing off, multiple sections of the roof, and pieces of it falling apart and down below into an area that was set up for first responders. The Rays will be back, folks. We will be cheering on the Rays, and opening day at the Trop, Amanda, will have a little bit more meaning next year.
Without a doubt.
Than ever before, yeah.
Without a doubt. You know, I have no doubt that they will get that construction done. They'll have, you know, the engineers go in there, survey it, have a plan, ready to rebuild it with, you know, at least getting the new top on there very soon.
A look at downtown St. Petersburg. There's the pier as well. And we're keeping an eye out for that crane collapse. Jim, would a address help you?
Maybe.
I mean, because yeah, it's there's a lot of buildings here in this area, folks. I'm looking it up, Jim. Stand by. 400 Central, Jim. So that's going to be 400 Central Avenue North. Or Amanda, if you spot it. Let me know, 'cause I'm looking up some stuff here too.
We're gonna pan off here. Those helicopters are landing at
Oh, the Marine Corps ones?
Yeah, as soon as I can find them.
Back left. They're there. Ospreys, in case anybody was wondering.
No. Amanda, please elaborate.
They're Osprey Marine Corps helicopters, and they have a tilt rotor in them, which allows them to kind of take off vertically, but they can also fly like planes. Are pretty cool. Pretty cool aspect of aviation there.
Amanda's way more than just a meteorologist, folks. I work with her and a close friend of mine who also happens to be our NASA and SpaceX correspondent as well. So a colleague of many talents.
But if anything, that should signal that, that is federal help on the way, coming in, bringing in supplies, bringing in personnel to help out our area.
And here they come. Great shot here, Jim.
Yeah.
This is a landing that is taking place at Albert Whitted Airport that did see damage from the storm. You can see
significant damage. I mean, there were several hangars that were completely destroyed. Unfortunately, there were planes inside.
There's a great shot. The United States Marine Corps there on the side of the Osprey. And it looks like they are landing at the damaged airstrip. But still operational enough and cleared off enough that they can safely land right here in St. Petersburg, Florida.
The geek in me is really nerding out. It's actually just really cool to watch.
It's not every day.
It's not every day.
This style of aircraft from this level of government landing in St. Petersburg, Florida, folks. So this in and of itself is an event, but an event that that help is on the way, as Amanda noted. It is a sign that we are getting help in many ways, including from the federal government.
All right, we're going to try to find that crane again.
Roger that, Jim. 400 Central. Yeah, can you imagine being in air traffic control and you're used to seeing small, tiny planes taking off from Albert Whitted, and then all of a sudden you see military military aircraft like that. coming
Jim,
on
I
in.
don't know if it's helpful for you, Jim. It's Central is in between First and Second.
Correct. Well, First and Pinellas.
First and Pinellas, yeah.
Yeah, but
'cause
right next to First Avenue North, Jim. If you're looking at numbers,
that's what
there's First.
St. Pete's all a grid, so it was just helpful for what First and what, do you know?
Yeah, First and
First.
Pinellas,
All right,
Pinellas
there's
Trail.
First Avenue North.
Just south of there, the red roof.
You're in the right area, Jim.
Yeah.
If you keep circling here, we're gonna spot the crane
It's
collapse.
it's right next to the Truist building that you're looking at. So
And it might be on the other. So yeah, just keep circling here, Jim, because it's at this point it's just vantage point. I think is that it there on the left? I think it is all the way there on the left,
Oh,
Jim.
yeah,
I
yeah.
see it.
right behind,
You're
in
gonna see it-
between you and the building. Now.
Correct. These two buildings are. If you zoom in, and it's to the top of your screen.
Yeah, behind that.
Up,
Truist
yeah,
building.
there, up
There
there.
we
Yeah, you got
go.
it. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
Takes
you
a
got
team.
it. Teamwork makes the stream work. So again, this is a crane collapse that we covered on WFLA News Channel 8 the other night, right after it happened, because we started to get all of these photos and videos sent in on WFLA.com/reported. People in their high rises that were showing us this crane collapse. This is something that we had a bit of foreshadowing on because we received some video questions on Tracking the Tropics. People that were very concerned about cranes and ongoing construction in St. Pete and other areas as well. It's not just St. Pete that has cranes along the skyline, folks. This is an area that is growing rapidly. Apartment and condominium buildings that are just sprouting out of the ground through, an influx of people coming into our area post-pandemic. And there you can see the crane as it fell into the corner of the building at the 400 Central Building construction site. No one was injured.
That's remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Significant damage to the roof and to the corner section of the building. Must have been frightening. I'm curious if anybody witnessed it.
Yeah.
I'm curious
Sure
if anybody
people heard it.
Absolutely. The comments that we got from people as it was in the aftermath of it happening was that it sounded like an explosion. It was loud. And what's, I think, interesting to me, Amanda, is that people who live in this area could hear it, said it was extremely loud, and they could hear it through wind gusts of 80, 90, 100 miles per hour.
Yep.
So the winds were howling out there. And there was just an endless wall of sound in downtown St. Pete, and they still heard this massive thump, this explosion-like sound. And it was this crane that fell into this building, again at 400 Central in the heart of downtown St. Pete.
Certainly incredibly scary. Again, the city of St. Pete was aware that this was a possibility. My husband's in construction. He, erects cranes like this all the time. He did tell me that, it is a process to bring them down. The companies have to bring them down in sections. And if that company that was scheduled to bring it, or that needed to bring it down, maybe they were backlogged bringing other cranes down. So unfortunately, this is a process. And when you only have a 5-day lead warning of a hurricane like this, it's tough. Thankfully, nobody was there.
Jim, I
All
know you
right,
got a lot
guys,
of
we're
ground to
gonna swing.
cover. Whenever you're ready to move on, we're following you. You don't have to follow us by any means.
All right, this is the St. Pete Clearwater. Sorry,
Oof,
the
look
airport has hangar
Ooh.
damage.
Wow, look at
Yeah.
this. Look at the hangar damage at the airport. My goodness.
So sad.
I mean, Milton just, splitting this build, and one section of the building is mostly intact, and then the other, look at it, it's in ruin.
Yeah, those hangars, they're not built to be weak structures.
And
Wow.
look at that.
Oh, the airplane's inside.
Choppers, too. See the
What a mess.
American flag there.
Yeah.
Some commenters asking, including our moderators, Amanda, is there any chance that this was, because this looks like tornado level destruction, could this have been
I mean, absolutely. But when you're talking about, gusts of 101 miles per hour, straight line wind damage, I'm sure the National Weather Service, I'm sure they'll go out and look at this. But the distinction here between a tornado and the eye wall winds is not going to be much. Are they going to classify it as a tornado, or are they going to say it was the eye wall winds? They were still winds gusting between 100 and 110 miles per hour, no matter how you look at it, whether they were twisting winds or not. Definitely unfortunate. But absolutely, you can get quick eddies in the eye wall that quickly spin up tornadoes. Rip the whole roof off of that. Wow.
Incredible. I just, yeah.
Okay, we are going to head south over to Bradenton now.
I'm curious, Jim. Bit of inside baseball, I know, but what do you have fuel options down to the south? Because I know that we lingered over Pinellas County more than you probably would have expected with Roy.
Hold on, let me ask Roy. Roy, what are we doing for fuel? So he's telling me that we will not be able to stay long in Bradenton. Roy, do we need to come back to Clearwater for fuel? Okay, so we'll go down to Bradenton, use up what we have, and come back to Albert Whitted, refuel, and head back down.
All right, so this is flight number 2, flight number 3. Amanda, you have stayed way longer than anticipated. Fun fact, folks, is that I came in here to do this stream, and Amanda has volunteered her time to provide her invaluable expertise and experience, not just apparently on meteorology, but also on military aircraft. So, Amanda, your time is extremely appreciated as we head down to Bradenton, Eagle.
I had a chance to rest yesterday. I was very thankful for that. So to be able to stay in today and feel rested, I'm good at the moment. But yeah, we'll finish out this flight here. And I'm from Sarasota, very familiar with the Bradenton area. So it's tough not to stay and see and just provide some insight as to where Eagle's at, what it looks like. Lots of flooding there. Wow.
Well, Amanda, you are welcome to stay for as long as you want, but I also know that you have a lot to get to in your life as well. So, the power outages map, Amanda, let's just show this really quickly. Can you take us through this really quick, and then we'll get back to Eagle?
Yeah, so right now I have the power outage map up, and the colors represent the number of people that are without power, and that's what the legend is at the top. But I just like to put the percentages on there too, just to kind of give you perspective of how much of the county is without power. So Hillsborough County, 54% still without power. I am included within that. And again, just having some patience with the folks out there, the linemen. They are working literally 24 hours a day. Pinellas County is still about 65% without power. Sarasota County, though, I'll tell you what, that number has dropped significantly in the past 2 days. It is coming down rapidly. It's less than 30% without power now. Manatee County, about 42% without power. Polk County, about 21%. So they're getting there. And I mean, for our entire area to be up and have power within a week of a major hurricane making landfall, direct hit on our area, I would say that is fantastic. And it was the same way with Hurricane Ian. Most of Fort Myers and the surrounding areas were back up within a week, which is, I mean, absolutely fantastic.
So we're going to now move south of Tampa Bay, folks, with Eagle 8 HD. And we're going to move to Bradenton. And we had some commenters earlier asking about Palmetto, Ellenton. So we're going to be in that area, folks. And so we'll see what Eagle is able to manage with our fuel constraints.
The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is what we're looking at there. Very iconic. Just an idea for you. We had
the entryway to Tampa Bay.
It really is. Had a wind gust on that over 100 miles per hour as well. We had an update from the port of Tampa Bay. It is now open, and ships will be coming through there.
It's huge.
It is a very large port for us, and we were directed that fuel tankers, ships will be coming in first.
Absolutely massive. And again, there is a order of operations.
One. I knew Jim was looking for one. There it is.
You found it, Jim.
On the way in. Moving quick. They're heavy. They're loaded down. They're on the way in. We'd love to see it.
Yeah. Nice find, Jim.
My favorite part about looking at ships in Tampa Bay is watching for the Bolinus bow and dolphins.
It's hard to see from
this. We're a little far, but it is
so much.
Always a good find. That is fuel making its way in. Notice there's no containers on it. It's not a container ship. That is a fuel ship coming in.
Help is on the way in more ways than one.
So Roy has just told me that Sarasota Airport is open, so we will be able to refuel down there.
Terrific news.
Yeah, Sarasota Airport actually had significant damage on their Concourse B. Significant roof damage that actually led into... Look at the two ships behind it.
Are those more fuel ships?
Hard to tell if they're fuel ships, but...
yeah, I mean, we're already maxed out on the zoom, but...
Great find there, Jim. But anyway, Sarasota Airport had significant damage as well to one of their concourses.
It's good to hear that we'll be able to land there and get some fuel because we need to...
That's a nice in-between spot.
Yeah, it's good for us to be able to survey the area, folks, and share the perspective with our audiences to just how badly damaged some of these areas are. These images, these videos aren't just for public use as far as your YouTube and Facebook pages go. It's not just social media. These flights can be used by local and regional government to help assess areas that have been hit hard. These damage survey flights are an important function with Eagle as we help assess the damage from the sky.
Okay, so we're gonna head over to Bradenton, Anna Maria, and work our way down.
Oh my goodness, Anna Maria Island. Jim, that was an area that on the storm's approach we were talking about heavily on stream. So, yeah, Anna Maria, Bradenton, Palmetto, Ellenton. Those are all areas that can really, all within the same spot basically. But be very fascinated to see what it looks like.
Assuming we're zoomed into Anna Maria there.
Looking up here on flight radar, and yes, Amanda Holly.
Thank you, JB.
I'm sorry, what was that, Jim?
Thank you, JB, for telling me where we are.
That was
Kind of hard
Amanda.
to tell.
Can't
Up here,
take
it all
credit. That
kinda
was all
looks the
Amanda,
same.
Jim.
Another fun fact, we had a peak wind gust on Anna Maria of 106.
Wow.
So this area was battered by hurricane winds. Probably not as much storm surge, but certainly the relentless winds here on the island, which had a lot of debris from Helene, from the storm surge from Helene. This was an area that was barely open to residents and business owners prior to Milton coming in. Look at all the debris on the roads.
Wow.
That is from that's from Helene and the storm surge damage.
But I think the reason that there wasn't enough time to get the debris cleared off these roadways.
Yeah.
I mean, Helene and Milton are as back-to-back as you're going to get. Here's some of the damage along Anna Maria Island.
Structure being torn down there. The roof next to that house right there, that red brick roof, a lot of those bricks were off. Not bricks, but I don't know what they're called, red tiles.
Mm-hmm.
And again, noting the
There
color
we
of the
go.
water.
Oh my goodness, what is this?
This the floating.
Roy, what are we looking at?
Oh, that's the pier.
That is the pier.
That's the pier.
Is that?
Roy's telling me this is a boathouse that the dock was destroyed to.
It's a boathouse the dock was destroyed to. Oh, well, yeah, there's the... Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
And the dock destroyed, and now this boathouse is its own floating island.
Wow. Wow.
And that's not a small section of dock. And look, cleanup already underway. This is a combination, folks, of Helene and Milton, by the way. So Anna Maria Island getting a double whammy. Helene, a lopsided monstrous storm, 100 miles off the coast of Tampa Bay, but still making the Gulf angry and causing significant surge up and down the Florida Gulf Coast. And then right behind it, the wind gusts and the direct hit, you could say pretty much a direct hit now that we're here in Anna Maria Island. We're basically in that territory. A direct hit from Hurricane Milton.
Okay, so I believe, yeah, that is the City Pier Grill and Bait shop that we were seeing.
I mean, that's one of those spots where a photo is gonna speak a million words. If you walk out towards the shop,
Yeah.
and you're standing at the edge of that pier that has been, blasted. It's, I mean, my goodness.
Rod and Reel Pier. The restaurant. Seen a lot of pictures on social media from the ground of it.
There it is again. So here it is.
Yeah.
You're walking along, and then all of a sudden, I mean, where is all the debris from it? The missing section.
That is the scariest part as an avid
Right.
boater.
It's. Do you think that it's all washed up already, or?
I'm sure there's some that it's on the beach. I'm sure there are some that are now debris in the water.
That
The
might be
lineman-
something that these crews are keeping an eye on, is all the wood that is washing up.
You see, it's so rough out there. And it's, basically looking at brackish water because there's so much fresh water heading out into the Gulf. All right, looks like we're continuing to move south now, headed towards Holmes Beach. And of course, Manatee Avenue. Not quite to the Cortez Bridge yet.
Asking you and Roy, Jim, is the plan to move east into Bradenton, or is it to move and is it to stay along the coast?
You can decide. What do you like?
I think we might want. I mean, Amanda, as far as damage, I think investigating Bradenton might be worth checking out, and then heading maybe south towards Longboat Key from there. Does that sound?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah,
They're kind of on a path toward Longboat. But yeah, they can go into Bradenton and then back out.
Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta refresh flight radar. I got frozen. There we go. Yes, Eagle, if it would be possible to pivot slightly towards and show us a little bit of Bradenton, and then continuing down south towards Sarasota along maybe Longboat Key in that area. Whatever's best for you and Roy, but Bradenton is a spot that a lot of people have asked about.
All right, we'll head over to Bradenton.
That's along the Manatee River, folks. Palmetto and Ellenton on the north side, Bradenton, of course, and West Bradenton on the south side. This is an area that you know relatively well.
Yeah, so we're currently looking at kind of Palmasola Bay there, which is on like the left side of your screen, and catching the edge of Cortez Bridge. A couple of marinas right on the edge there. So this is an area that was kind of hit hardest with the winds. A couple of the marinas, I've certainly seen some pictures, and we're taking a live look now. The boats, yes, I've seen this in drone footage quite a bit.
We saw a lot of this during Ian.
Yes. Yeah, it was sad. So we're looking at kind of the Salt Shack, Seafood Shack, Marina Bar and Grill area. On the other side of that is the Tide Tables Restaurant and Marina. Significant damage with some of those vessels. Obviously the docks, not even walkable. Wow.
The damage here is just is so widespread. Wind, storm surge, flooding inland.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what I'm looking at here, to tell you the truth. What is that? That might be a section of dock that has floated away. I'm not sure, Amanda.
I don't know. Maybe some more houseboats out there too. Yeah, tough to say. Wow, look at all those, are they blue tarps or maybe they're just blue roofs? Oh no, those are tarps. Wow. Impressed that the blue tarps are already up.
Let's see here, getting an updated location. South Bradenton. And again, for folks that are watching, you can follow Eagle on Flight Radar. If you're on a laptop, it's really easily because you can just open up another tab in your browser. Go to flightradar24.com. Big thank you to their service and their site. Live air traffic on flightradar24.com. And the tail number, N818HD. So this is going to be an area, of course, as with much of the viewing area that is still without power. And I would imagine that we are going to see many gas stations with long gas lines if they do have gas at all. And look, there it is. My goodness, that line, that Jim, I mean, if you zoom out one more time, that line that is building up there, that is all for gas. And look, it's coming in both sides, surrounding this Wawa. So you have gas coming in there. I believe, I'll give a locator. This is 44th Avenue West and 26th Street West in South Bradenton. But both of those main roadways have traffic pouring into that one gas station. And this goes to show how long some of these lines are and how high the demand is for gasoline right now. Yeah, not surprising to see the car wash spot not too busy.
If you guys take a turn due south, there's a couple of mobile home parks that I know that suffered significant damage.
Yeah, Amanda, if you've got a report, let's take advantage.
Yeah, due south over Bayshore Gardens, Trailer Estates area. I know about 90% of the roofs on some of the homes there were destroyed. Those actually all look decent.
Is that what you were talking about, this area?
No, Trailer Estates is a little bit farther to the south.
Right.
But there's quite a few mobile home parks in this area.
And if you were in a mobile home, a manufactured home, an RV of any kind, you were encouraged to evacuate or under a mandatory evacuation order given. And that's why right there. I mean, they're working on that roof
literally
right
working on it right now.
I think that's something. Heartbreaking to see that you can see inside someone's home from the sky. Yeah, it's interesting how some areas look spared and others look like they have a lot of damage. I mean, look, see the difference? It's crazy.
One versus the other, yeah.
Why could that, from a weather perspective, why could it be that one mobile home park, one neighborhood, you know, in one area of the city has so much damage and others don't?
I mean, it could be the way the wind current's set up, but I think it would more so be with the structural integrity of when they were built, you know, if everything was screwed in exactly properly, and, you know, if there were any weaknesses at all in any of those structures. You know, the wind is not forgiving in an eye wall of a Category 3 hurricane. So it depends on how well things were maintained. But yeah, it could just be a column of wind that kind of set up and funneled through one specific area versus another one not. So I think we are circling somewhere near the Casa Loma Mobile Home Park.
We just had somebody in our comment section. It caught my attention just because it might sound crazy from outside the area, but someone asked, "What is Wawa?" This Wawa is a gas station a popular gas station chain that has locations in several sections of the United States, including Florida. Oh my goodness!
This
look
is
at
the Vista del Lago area mobile home park. Obviously, no fencing left there.
That's what I was just about to say. This is all fencing that has just been blown to smithereens.
Hey, JB.
10-4. What do you got, Jim?
Hey, any idea where you want us to go over up here? Huh?
Amanda, do we want to? We can either head north to the Manatee River.
Yeah.
I mean, Jim, here's the thing. We would like to see the Manatee River north of you, but at the same time, I do know that I'm just being very mindful of fuel. I know it's good that you can land in Sarasota for fuel, but if you can make it to the Manatee River, that would be great. If for a quick kind of run through.
Yep, we're on our way. Straight ahead.
Thanks, Jim. Don't feel like you have to, linger there too long. We just kind of want to do a flyby, if you will. So we'll check out the Manatee River, some of the areas really throughout Bradenton, the Palmetto, Ellenton area as well. For fuel reasons, we won't be able to stay for too long because we want to continue to make our way south towards Sarasota, but so what are we expecting with the Manatee River? I mean, obviously our river's swelled considerably. Have you seen any reports specifically about the Manatee? Obviously it's a considerable waterway through. I mean, really, it basically goes right into Tampa Bay and into the Gulf.
Yeah, so we don't have any gauges on the Manatee River itself now at the main mouth where we're going to be seeing. Now, well east of I-75, we have a couple of gauges, the one at Rye Bridge, and we have the one at the Manatee Dam, which was talked a lot about during Debbie. Both of those are not in flood stage. The only one that is in flood stage is at the Mayaca Head at State Road 64. And it's actually considerably come down. It's in minor flood stage and won't be for very long.
So, Amanda, I don't know if you can see flight radar or not.
Yeah.
Should
I gotcha.
Jim and Roy head west or east from here?
It'd be a pretty far east jog for them to go to where we would see any flooding.
So then we'll just kind of focus on really the.
We had questions about Ellenton and Palmetto, which are due north of them. One's,
Yeah, Jim, don't feel like you
northeast,
have to
one's
go
to the
far
northwest.
to east because we need to stay close to the coast. But, on your left, Jim, right there on the water is Manatee Memorial Hospital. There's the Riverwalk there in Bradenton as well. We can just do a quick survey to see what this area with Palmetto to the north and Bradenton to the south kind of looks like here.
We believe we're heading towards Palmetto.
That is accurate. All right, folks. So this is
All right.
Palmetto, Ellenton, and Bradenton. We're hitting up these three spots real quick before heading back to the coast. Just to examine things from the sky and kind of take a look at what we see. Is there any areas in Palmetto and Bradenton specifically, Amanda, that you think that we should be checking out?
I haven't seen or really heard of any significant damage in these areas. So yeah, I'm trying to zoom in there. Looks like there's some debris.
Yeah, here are these.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Look at that. This is Palmetto for those just tuning in. And
It's
a
like
lot
we're
of these
near
homes.
10th Street, Canal Road, 17th Street East, general vicinity. Again, unfortunately, you can kind of see a pattern here. Some of the structures that really were hit hard by the winds are the manufactured homes. They're just not built to withstand this prolonged period, really, or even a short period of the wind speeds that we saw with Milton. You know, we say it's never a safe place to ride out a hurricane or a tornado in a mobile manufactured home, an RV, just because they are generally weaker structures. Even the ones that are anchored down, the roofs are very vulnerable. And that's what we're seeing here. Roof damage up there, yeah.
Yeah, Jim, as you circle here around down west, I would like to kind of bring it through Bradenton if possible, just to see what the Riverwalk looks like there. And some of those coastal communities, Regatta Plaza, Riverview Boulevard.
Sounds good. We will be needing fuel soon, so we're going to head south.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm getting at. It's probably a good time to head south. Wow, look at this, Amanda.
Yeah. Very sad sight to see there. Tough, knowing that it wasn't water damage that caused this. It was strictly the wind. And typically we say if you are in a well-built structure, especially a block home with a newer roof, you're going to be okay. The wind is not typically what we see do the most damage, even in major hurricanes. It is the water. But when you have structures like that, and there are so many mobile home communities in this area, in western sections of Manatee and Sarasota. So many. And I think that's where we're seeing, the most structural damage when we look at the wind damage.
So, Jim, if you bring the camera around to the nose here and to your right, you'll see really, Bradenton and the Riverwalk. I just wanted to see if there was any damage reports here, just because this is an area that can usually get pretty hectic. And it looks like a lot of this, Amanda, at least from this vantage point, appears to be relatively intact.
Yeah, that marina actually looks fairly decent.
Not always about finding just damage, folks. Sometimes it can be a relief to see some areas that seem to be doing okay, and that's an area that seems to be doing all right.
Now, I will say
right over Manatee Memorial Hospital right now, by the way.
So that's like downtown. There's a couple of restaurants and some of those buildings up there.
Yep.
Now that area, that marina specifically that you saw with all those boats, did have kind of an offshore wind, if you could say that, but the marina was essentially a little bit more protected from some of those buildings, so they probably didn't see quite as strong of winds. There's the hospital, JB.
Yep, there is the hospital. It's interesting, yeah, Manatee Memorial, Tampa General, again, located pretty close to the water.
There's the Riverwalk, the skate park's right there behind the flag.
Mm-hmm. No, good to see. Looks like, I don't know if that's roof damage on that building there on the right. There. Yeah, it's just interesting that, certain sections of town got hit harder than others. But look, a lot of it's going to come down to what Amanda talked about earlier, structural integrity.
Mm-hmm.
Look, those mobile homes, in large part, are not going to be as structurally sound as some larger and more modern homes or buildings. So, Jim, appreciate you checking out Bradenton and Palmetto as we move our way south, folks, in the area towards, really in the direction of Sarasota.
Looking at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport, that is their destination where they're headed right now.
And I suppose on the third flight, that's where Venice will be coming into play. Our assignment desk has mentioned that Venice is a target point for Eagle.
And that is because of the storm surge was, one of the spots that hit highest there. So we're going to see more water damage as opposed to the wind damage that we're seeing right now. Another mobile home.
For our Facebook Live audience, we're going to be concluding this live stream. For our YouTube Live audience, we'll be going, I believe, into a slate. Amanda, if you could please get a... and power outage numbers, Amanda, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, JB, we need to power down for a while.
All right, Jim. Thank you to you and Roy, and we'll be monitoring your third flight when you go back up. Thanks, fellas. So I was talking about this a little bit earlier, just the path of the storm. Amanda is setting up some graphics for us here, folks. So I'm just going to take it for a moment and just talk about how Milton gave us a bit of a scare because of the doomsday scenario for Tampa Bay, which would have been pushing all of that storm surge into Tampa Bay itself and causing, unimaginable amounts of destruction for Hillsborough, Pinellas, and even into Manatee County.
And we're talking about a 40-mile difference, if that. A 40-mile shift to the north of this track would have caused that.
Yeah, if that line, so the blue line, folks, it's going there, you can see, between Bradenton and Sarasota. If that blue line had gone between Clearwater and Bradenton, or really just, let's just say through Clearwater, we're talking about a completely different impact. Do not get me wrong, this is catastrophic for our area, but it would have looked extremely different, and we would have been talking about an entirely different tier of damage had this moved 40 miles to the north. So you follow the blue line up from the bottom left section of your screen all the way through, and you see some of those movements. If those wobbles had wobbled more to the north towards Clearwater, we're talking about the truest of doomsday scenarios for Tampa Bay coming into reality. In this instance, that did not come to play, still causing widespread devastation across the area. But this is why the wobble tracker was seen by millions. We can report the wobble tracker was a tool that was utilized by millions of people. Somewhere in the... we are still... we haven't even really looked at numbers yet, to tell you the truth. We don't have any exact figures to share, but somewhere in excess of 10 million people were monitoring the wobble tracker and following the wobble tracker. And we're grateful that it was able to be used as a resource to monitor wobbles in the storm, because the wobble tracker and monitoring those wobbles can make an enormous difference in impact. So Eagle 8 HD on this map moved actually north of basically to the E and T and wobble tracker. The E and wobble and the T and tracker is kind of where Eagle went. And then curved all the way back down south through to Clearwater, into Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, and then landing in Sarasota. And Venice is up next. Venice, we're told, experienced just an unbelievable amount of storm surge. And again, this is after, Helene's impact made its presence. Helene making its presence felt in the Tampa Bay area, the Gulf Coast side of Florida. I mentioned earlier it was kind of like Helene delivered, a powerful jab, and then this followed up with a big uppercut with Milton. Amanda, you just let me know when.
Should be good to go. I'm just making sure everything's flowing properly.
Understood. So Eagle 8 HD right now is refueling. Facebook Live, we are going to be ending the live stream here momentarily. And we're going to be relaunching on Facebook Live. YouTube Live, we're going to stay here with you live. You're going to see a slate with some music up. And then what we are going to do is reset and get ready for Eagle's third flight of the day. That's going to be the last flight that we're going to be streaming.
That's good.
And we'll show everybody some graphics here in the meantime. For meteorologist Amanda Holly, I'm JB Buno, taking a break here as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton and its aftermath here on Tracking the Tropics.
Yeah. You can feel that?
Stream Center to Eagle, do you copy?
Hey, JB. Do you copy, JB?
I have you, Jim. All
All
right.
right.
You're back up for flight
Downtown
3.
Sarasota.
Where are we?
Downtown Sarasota.
10-4, Jim. Stand by. We're relaunching the stream across all platforms.
I don't know what kind of damage they thought Sarasota had.
I believe it was mostly along Siesta Key, Jim.
Thank you, JB.
Here to help, my friend.
Debbie told me downtown Sarasota took something, so.
Yeah, I think it's worth examining, but I also know that that Siesta Key was an area hit hard. So
I'm sorry, you broke up there. Say again.
I was going to say downtown Sarasota was absolutely worth examining, but I know that Siesta Key also was hit pretty hard.
I don't know. I'm gonna assume. Let me let me see what the map says. Yeah, so St. Armand's is over that bridge. To the left is Lido Key. Then Siesta Key is south of that. South of that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is that planning or a mistake?
Stand by, Jim. It's just me, by the way. Amanda has taken off for the day. So it's just you and me and Roy. I am getting us launched again on Facebook with our team.
Okay.
But we are live on all other platforms.
Debbie also wants Englewood. I don't know where that is.
I'll help you out, Jim.
Thanks, JB.
And I'm bringing up flight radar again so I can give you directions. But Englewood is way south of Venice, so you got a long ways to go.
Okay, just remind us later on.
I will, sir. Hello once again to our audience joining us on all of WFLA's streaming platforms, including Facebook Live and YouTube Live. We are back with flight number 3 today with Eagle 8 HD, currently in an area south of Tampa Bay itself. We are currently in the area between Sarasota and Siesta Key, examining the damage in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. We're not too far away from Sarasota Memorial Hospital, Bay Isle, Lido Key, St. Armands. In fact, Jim, if you can, show us just for a locator purpose, and we can check in on St. Armands Circle, if you will, which is really to your left, or coming up really on the nose of the aircraft.
Thank you. Yeah.
And here we are coming across, of course, really downtown Sarasota and St. Armands Circle at Lido Key, as we continue to examine the area. And Jim, from this point here, as we continue our flight over the area, if you'd like to just take us on a tour south with Roy. Again, Roy Harkness is joining us, folks, the pilot in Eagle 8 HD, our photographer today, photojournalist Jim Farquhar. We look here at St. Armands Circle. We're going to now progress south from here and take everybody on our damage survey flight of downtown Sarasota through to Venice, and perhaps we're going to try to get all the way down to Englewood as well. These are areas that were hit by considerable storm surge from Hurricane Milton. They were in the southeast quadrant of the Category 3 storm as it made landfall. We have seen damage here to St. Armand's Circle. The storm surge was considerable in this general region. And again, we're talking about a 1-2 punch between Helene and Milton in the last several weeks. So, Eagle, if you could take us through to Siesta Key next to your south. I think that is next up on the list as we make our way to the area between Sarasota and Venice. In the meantime, as we progress south in a southeast direction, folks, from Eagle 8 HD, we'll be doing our very best to answer your questions here live on YouTube Live, on Facebook Live. This is an area that has been knocked down but is not out. There's a lot of hardworking, incredible folks in these communities that will undoubtedly get back up on their feet, but my goodness, look at all that sand displacement. This is the sand displacement that we have seen, of course, in other areas as well. This is the result of storm surge and all of the sand being pushed inland by storm surge with hurricane force momentum behind it. As I've noted on stream in the past, sand is difficult to clean up. It's hard enough when you get it in your car to get it out. Can you imagine when it is just built up like piles of snow across multiple city blocks, multiple miles of beach? Can be an enormous effort, an extraordinarily large project to get that sand off of city streets and get the area cleaned back up. All right, folks, so we are now coming up on Siesta Key, an area that saw significant storm surge from Hurricane Milton. And you're going to see a lot of that really along the beaches themselves. We're going to see the aftermath of storm surge. The storm surge retreated soon after the waters rushed in from the Gulf. Storm surge is quite fast. It comes in pretty quickly and retreats pretty quickly. Now, when water gets separated from the Gulf, it can linger for an extended period of time. We'll see that a little bit on this flight. You'll see pools of water that remain, and this is going to be salt water because it's coming in from storm surge. It's not coming in from inland flash flooding. So again, this is an area that saw considerable surge inland, and here's some of the damage that we have had. Now, it's going to be difficult to say. A lot of these piles of debris from all of that storm surge and all the flooding into these homes, whether or not this is a combination of Helene and Milton, or is it, I mean, look at some of this roof damage, and look at that screened-in porch there, Jim. That screened-in backyard over that pool that's destroyed. Again, this was hit by the southeast quadrant, so the eye didn't come through here. This is those outer bands and and really the counterclockwise rotation of the hurricane itself, of Milton, bringing really, I mean, shoveling, pushing all of that Gulf water into these coastal communities. We are now live right now over Siesta Key, coastal Siesta Key, and looking there at some of the communities, about half a mile or so inland as well, but moving here south in a southeast direction towards Osprey. We're going to come up on Nokomis, which is an area that people have asked about quite a bit, making our way all the way down to Venice. And our stopping point, Jim, will likely be Englewood and Minnesota Key. Jim, how are you and Roy doing up there? And anything to note as you guys refueled and got back up in the air? How was it over at Sarasota Airport? I'm curious.
They're actually running the fuel depot off a Ford Lightning truck right now. The airport is without power, but they had enough electricity from the truck to run a small computer.
Wow, that's a special thanks to the folks over at SRQ for helping out our Eagle 8 HD team. Continue the damage survey flights that we have here for you, live streamed on WFLA.com, our online platforms as well. So these barrier islands, folks, they are obviously in a vulnerable position. Folks that live in this area, you talk to them, they know, they understand the risks. They understand that this is an area that is going to experience significant storm surge. And yeah, can we zoom in on that house there, Jim? Look at that. I mean, there's an example of all that water rushing in from the Gulf. People that live here, they will tell you they understand that it is part of what they sign up for. They just hope it never comes. That's the thing. So homes that have been rebuilt in recent years are being built higher and more structurally sound. It's what we have to do to live in such a beautiful area for all of these folks. I mean, these are extremely expensive properties, of course. To be able to live on the Gulf, that is not something that anyone can say. It's very rare to be able to afford a property right on the Gulf of Mexico. But if you do, you understand that there is considerable risk. And that's why building codes have been updated, of course, in the past several decades to try to get homes higher if they're going to be this far away from the ocean. Look at all of this sand displacement. You see there a gentleman taking photos. It's interesting. They had their shutters up, but all of that sand moving inland as a result of these storms. And again, we're talking about the counterclockwise rotation and just an immeasurable amount of force moving the Gulf and carrying all of that sand in that water as it rushes inland, rushes northeast, and then all of that sand is left behind on these barrier islands. I mean, there's a home, Jim, right there. Is that home completely destroyed there? Yeah, that's the one. My goodness, look at that. So all those solar panels as well on the roof, what in all likelihood happened here is all of that storm surge flooding this home, all of that sand rushing in, all of that force bringing down several sections of this home, and the home just not being able to bear the weight of that pressure. You see that trees, that's not to be that. That's really not all that much of a surprise. We've seen down trees everywhere. They're going to be along the coast as well. But yeah, that home there completely destroyed on that ground level. And that's why when you see homes get rebuilt in the aftermath of storms, or new homes that just pop up here along the Gulf, or even some of the inlets, you build higher. You try to make sure that you're up on stilts as much as possible. For folks just joining us on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, JB Buno in the Stream Center with photojournalist Jim Farquhar and pilot Roy Harkness in Eagle 8 HD. We have made it all the way down. Eagle 8 HD has been doing damage survey flights across the viewing area all the way up towards Hernando County, moving our way down south now, all the way down towards Venice. I'll go to flightradar24.com to give everybody an updated location. And Eagle 8 HD right now is south of Osprey and moving in towards Nokomis. We're coming up on Venice, folks. And let me explain. Venice is an area that we have received a number of reports about, that they have seen just a breathtaking amount of storm surge there. So as we come across on Venice, we have not seen this yet. This will be the first time that Eagle 8 HD has made it down this far in the aftermath of Milton. So I'm very curious to see what Milton looks like, because all we keep hearing about is how bad the storm surge was in Venice, Florida, an area that got hit by Ian a few years back. But this is, as we understand it, a catastrophic level of storm surge and flooding in Venice. My goodness, look at here. What do you got here, Jim? It looks like, is this a marina?
Yeah, it looks like a marina. The side wall came off, and once those walls come off, the wind just goes right through them.
And you're hopefully not knocking down too many of those boats. But you're talking about considerable wind gusts nearing or in excess of 100 miles per hour. I do not have a meteorologist here to look up the model data for what the winds were in this particular area. We're now coming up on Nokomis, but you're going to see roof damage left and right, shingles missing. You're going to see tiles missing off of rooftops. You're going to see entire rooftops being displaced in certain spots. Winds. It was less of a rain event down here compared to other areas. This was wind speeds from Milton, and of course the storm surge from all of those bands and all that counterclockwise rotation, all of that making its way inland onto these barrier islands from the Gulf of Mexico. We're coming up on North Jetty Beach. And you can see that they're already trying to get some of the sand back towards the water. sand that has been displaced and moved inward into these apartment buildings, into these hotels, into these homes. I mean, there's you can see in that underneath that carport there's a vehicle that is stuck in sand and might be a total loss as a result of all that sand rushing in. Eagle 8 HD has arrived in Venice, Florida. And here is where some of the worst storm surge was reported. The storm surge carrying that sand and moving it, several hundred yards inland. And you can see that in large part, there isn't a whole lot of activity here because this was an area that in large part evacuated. And so look, a lot of the folks that have left, they haven't returned yet. And for some folks, you're seeing this region for the first time through the news, through live streams like these. So this damage survey flight being seen by people not just across Florida, but around the world, people that have properties here, people that call this home for all or part of the year. As we're coming up on Venice Municipal Airport. There you can see state medical response. It looks like this is going to be a staging area to get set up to provide assistance for the region at Venice Municipal. You can see some of that water there, that pooled water that we were talking about.
JB, this looks like it's housing for workers.
Interesting there, Jim. Yeah. Let's get an updated location. And
we are still on airport.
Yeah, you are. Okay. So this area being set up at Venice Municipal Airport.
It is, JB, quite impressive how they're able to set up small little cities so quickly that provides all the amenities for the workers.
Yeah, this is an enormous setup here, Jim. I mean, I'm just looking at it all, and also too being located near, of course, the runway. I mean, there's a lot of access here, but there's some damages, or what appears to be damage. from Venice Municipal Airport. Looking in here at some of these inland communities. Hey, Jim, I've been asked to check out the Venice Fishing Pier. It's right there by the airport. It's over by the water.
Sorry, you broke up there. Repeat.
Yeah, so being asked to check out the Venice Fishing Pier. It's right there by the airport on the coast. I don't know if Roy's working his way inland, but perhaps when you're back at the coast, we can check it out.
I believe we're swinging around right now.
Okie dokie. On the pier itself in this area, folks, it's very popular for folks to spend a Saturday or Sunday fishing off the pier. You know, there's Papa's Bait and Snack Shop right there on the pier as well. And then one of the more popular spots in Venice, Sharky's on the pier, which is located right there on the beach. Okay, so there it is, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The pier there at the end, and the bait shop is that building that's kind of 1/3 of the way down. It's really on the left side of your screen now. So we'll swing by this and see if there's any damage to the pier itself. And it looks like, yeah, you can see there's a lot of folks huddled around this spot because this is a spot that on any given Saturday or Sunday is just chock full of people, and there is some damage, no doubt, to the pier. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you, Jim, I'm surprised that there isn't more damage given the magnitude of Milton and how hard this area got hit. We've seen some piers that have been mostly or entirely destroyed, and so this looks like it could be repaired and probably will be repaired, but not a total loss. Damage, but not a total loss. What are you seeing there from the sky, Jim?
I'm sorry, JB, you are breaking up. It's very hard to hear you.
No, I understand. 10-4. And then, Jim, there's Sharky's, which is located on the, basically at the other end of the pier on land, which is a beloved spot. People go here all the time. And they have damage, it would appear. And, oh my God, look at all the workers shoveling the sand there, Jim, on the bottom left. Do you see that? Yep, this is an iconic spot, folks. The pier is beloved. I mean, like, as an example, July 4th weekend here is just countless people that are coming in locally and regionally. And it looks like they have just a ton of sand from that storm surge moving inland and moving into Sharky's. I am expressing. Yeah, you're welcome, Ryan. Expressing some shock here. I'm going to be honest that the pier is in relatively good standing. The edge of it, where people fish off of, is certainly damaged, and it's going to be closed off for some time. But the fact that this isn't worse is certainly a. Look, it's a positive. This could have been way worse of a situation for the Venice fishing pier. Yep, there it is. For those just joining us, this is Sharky's on the pier and all that storm surge. This was largely in part underwater, the Gulf rushing in as a result of Milton's storm surge and all that sand moving. More from off the coast and really into this restaurant. Jim, appreciate it. As far as next stops, I can tell you that it's Eric Stone just walking in. Eric, just letting you know, you do not need a shirt and tie over here. It's mostly just, it's casual. If you want to, you take your time. You're just walking in, but if you want to hop on a mic, you can. Yeah, take your time. Come over whenever you'd like. Eric Stone arriving here at FLA, folks. Meteorologist with the Max Fender Rate Weather Team. Jim, do you still have me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okie dokie. So, following your progress, but yep, as we look there at the Venice water tower. I think the farthest south that we're sending you today, per the assignment desk, is Siesta Key and Englewood, which is another few towns down to the south. But continue your progress, checking out the Venice area, and we'll follow you as you make your way in that direction. As we look here at some of these docks and lifts destroyed from Milton, and this is Venice, Florida, folks. Let's bring up the audio for Max Fender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. Eric, it is good to have you here. We've been seeing some heartbreaking images and just communities that are, whether it was the rain, the wind, or the surge, different characteristics of this storm impacting areas in different ways as Eagle 8 HD makes its way south from Venice.
What have you seen the worst damage right around Sarasota, Bradenton area?
You know, it's hard to say what the worst damage is, to be honest. It's just, I would say different types of damage. You know, we saw the pier destroyed at Anna Maria Island. That was really heartbreaking. We saw some terrible, some of the worst flooding we probably saw to the north of Tampa Bay, up in Pasco County. Communities that are underwater into Hillsborough County, communities that are underwater. Flooding inland with all of that historic rain, those historic rainfall totals, that's going to take a long time to dissipate. Here, the surge was extremely bad down in this region, but as we've noted many times on stream, surge will rush in quickly and rush back quickly. So we've seen tremendous amounts of sand displacement. So it's hard to say what the worst is. Siesta Key was bad in certain spots. We're just kind of taking it all in.
Yeah, so we saw the sand being really pushed on shore, just like with Hurricane Helene, unfortunately. And since this made landfall around Siesta Key, points to the south obviously are the worst. I'm sure some of that debris that was along Pinellas County coast, unfortunately, had been all scattered about with that wind. But this looks like it's to the south. I see, wow, look at all that sand.
Wild. Updated location for Eagle. We are now in South Venice, moving into Minnesota.
Yeah, there's really not much distance there between the intercoastal. Unfortunately, that was all underwater between the intercoastal and the Gulf of Mexico. So there's likely sand all across that narrow stretch.
And a lot of the folks that live in these communities, folks, once again, they have left the area. Evacuating because they're, of course, so close to the Gulf. And in large part, you're not seeing a ton of people out and about because they haven't made their way back to the area yet. But as people do return to their homes, it's going to be gut-wrenching because many of them on their first levels, on the first floor, Eric, had really the ocean in their home.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very similar site to Helene in Pinellas County and even along the bay. People probably in this area may not even be allowed to venture back yet. It may not be safe. There may be a lot of sand and debris on the roadways. Unfortunately, it's probably going to take a little while before they are allowed to go back and assess the damage. You saw a couple of roofs that were severely damaged earlier, but along the immediate coast, storm surge is just the number one killer and damage inflictor, in fact, as you see all that sand in those people's homes, unfortunately. So just like with Helene, unfortunately, this is going to be such just a heartbreaking, when people come back and see what this storm did and how long it's going to take, JB, to really clean this up. I mean, Pinellas County coast isn't even close, right? And that was a couple of weeks ago, and it's just a really sad sight to see yet again.
So the the sand displacement that we have seen, and it was actually worse, Eric, to tell you the truth, before you sat down. It was really bad, really just south of Siesta Key. There were just similar to what we saw with Helene, and that's what I'm getting at. Is all of these mounds of sand, is this from Helene, Milton, or both?
Well, down now this is down what in Minnesota Key.
Yes.
So this is a little bit further to the south. There wasn't as much storm surge with Helene, so I think this is mostly Milton. There may be a little bit from Helene, but this was. Look at that. Is that a house that's pretty much?
Look at that. That's a house destroyed.
See, yeah, and that's one of the older constructed homes. It doesn't look like a block home. So you see the houses that are. I don't really see much next to it. I was going to say the houses next to it seem to be intact. Really, it all depends on the construction of these homes. We saw this during Ian. Homes that were, constructed before Andrew didn't stand a chance, and the ones after Andrew, since the building codes were updated, were fared a lot better. But I know there's a lot of older homes on Minnesota Key, and you can see, it looks like that one with the blue roof.
Look at
is
all
sideways, yeah,
of this
man, yeah.
destruction.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those older wooden, poor constructed homes. Unfortunately, that'll have to be demolished. But then you see right next to it, you see that big house almost looks untouched. Isn't that crazy, JB?
Yeah,
Look at that.
So different. Look, and in different eras of construction, right?
Yep,
Could be
that's exactly.
represented here. You are looking at Eagle 8HD's damage survey flight of Minnesota Key. Really, this is the area, for those unfamiliar on a map, this is the area that is south of Venice, north of Fort Myers, if you're kind of really zoomed out on a map. And we're coming across, Eagle is far from home in Tampa right now. We're going to make it all the way down here to Minnesota Key, really the south end of Minnesota Key, and then hook around to Englewood.
Yeah, this is pretty much where it leads to. It leads to Englewood Beach and that area. And even Englewood Beach is, pretty much a narrow. Yeah, look at that right there, JB.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Now, meanwhile, you see the construction right next to it. And you see these houses that have probably been there for several decades, before Andrew, and they just don't stand a chance. And that's a lot of wind damage right there. So obviously, look at that house.
It's
sand,
under sand.
Yeah.
The
sand, boy, I tell you, there's so much sand there on the beach that the storm surge just blows it, feet of sand, blows it right into the houses. Oh, so sad to see that.
And I understand the comments. I understand. All right, you build on a beach. This is what's going to happen. Sand is part of the equation, but and look, homeowners in this area will tell you that they understand the risk. It's just, they desperately pray that a storm of this magnitude doesn't hit them in their lifetime, right? Because hurricanes are going to hit these coastal communities at some point. You're just hoping that it's not while you're the homeowner, because these can be 1 in 100-year events. And so you're hoping that 1 in 100 isn't, when you're living there with your family.
And, Ian was only 2 years ago, and not to downplay this, but, Ian was a strengthening, virtually Cat 4 or Cat 5 when it made landfall. And I drove, so my story was I needed to get gas Thursday night. I wanted to get down to Fort Myers at my house down there. My house didn't have power up here. And so I waited at a flying J off of I-4, JB, for 3 hours and 15 minutes. It was pandemonium Thursday night. But I wound up getting gas. It was probably the only gas station open anywhere around Tampa. And then when I drove down, I didn't see as much damage along 75 as I thought I was going to see. When Ian came through, street, the signs, the exit signs, the interstate signs, everything was twisted and torn apart. I didn't see as much of that further inland in regards to wind. Of course, the rain and the flooding was more of the issue inland.
This is some of the worst damage we have seen, folks. This is Siesta Key, and these are homes that saw. Eric, can you give us an idea as to how much storm surge rushed into these neighborhoods?
8 to 10 feet, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Yeah.
This is probably, we've been flying now. This is our 5th or 6th flight with Eagle, and this is the worst I have seen. I have to state that this is as bad as we have seen from Eagle.
Yeah, the south end of the storm, obviously, the further north you get close to where this made landfall, but this is still very, very close to landfall. And you see not just damage from the waves like Helene, you're seeing a lot of roof damages, a lot of houses that are completely destroyed. It almost looks like, it almost looks like a bomb went off in some of these houses. Yeah, you see that white house, you see that grayish white. That's a concrete block house. Look at that. And JB, it almost looks like it's untouched from the wind. Now, from the storm surge and sand, it is not untouched. It doesn't matter what type of construction you have. That sand was blown into your house, and so was the water. And it's still there. It's still partially on the first floor, a lot of these homes.
I mean, look at some of these roads. I mean, they're still covered in sand, and all of these homes are likely destroyed by what Eric described as perhaps in excess of 8 feet of storm surge, 8 feet of water. I mean, that's going to be taller than that gentleman walking down the street right there considerably. I mean, we're talking about a lot of water, a lot of hurricane force, and a lot of damage as a result.
Yeah, you're talking almost a whole first floor, right? If a first floor is, 8, 9, 10 feet tall at most, you wouldn't be able to survive if you had a one-story house and you tried to ride this thing out. That's why the officials tell you to evacuate, because, you can't survive that. I mean, what are you going to do? Go on top of your roof? You can't do that either with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
So earlier, Eric, we were, it's interesting. There's that one house there that looks to be, doing relatively okay. More north, it seems like every 10 houses or so, you came across the one that was destroyed. In this neighborhood, it would appear that 8 or 9 out of 10 homes are destroyed. I mean, if you built up, you're in a better position, but we're still seeing widespread damage here at Siesta Key.
Yeah, so when I walked down Fort Myers Beach, down to Vanderbilt Beach and Naples Beach, by the pier, and it was the same thing. One out of every X amount of homes was completely gone because it was poor construction. It was very, very old. You could tell it was from before the early 90s, maybe even the 60s and 70s. And those two storms, Ian and Milton, just unprecedented for the west coast of Florida. Irma was bad, but Irma kind of, made landfall around the Naples area. It was pushing water away. There wasn't as much storm surge, and Irma moved straight up the state. So there was a lot of land before Irma got from Naples up here to Tampa. So the damage from Irma was nothing compared to this, because obviously this made landfall, really, really, really close to Tampa Bay and, of course, in Sarasota. So between Ian and Milton, I mean, just unprecedented storms. Now, Charlie, obviously, that was a much smaller, compact storm, so it did do a lot of damage. But, JB, you don't see the widespread damage. When you have a storm that is what we call becoming extratropical, the wind field starts to get really, really big with it, right? And that's what we saw with this storm as it made its way toward landfall. So you're going to get more widespread damage away from the eye of the storm versus Charlie, that was a complete what we call warm core system, a compact hurricane, was a lot of damage in a much smaller area. But with Helene, that wind field was huge too. In fact, bigger than this storm. So between Helene and Milton, two of the biggest wind field storms that I've seen in a long time, JB. Again, unprecedented times. And of course, you throw Ian in the mix, which was a moderate storm in regards to wind field, but it was so strong that the wind did spread out hundreds of miles outside the eye. So unfortunately, JB, it's one of those cases where,
Look at this.
yeah,
Look at the amount of debris.
yeah. So, you know,
This is widespread destruction. This whole
it's like an
section of
inlet.
homes
Yeah.
has been destroyed, thoroughly decimated.
I guarantee that water was coming in from all sides. And don't forget, water's powerful, JB. When water comes in quick like that, it destroys, you know, it pushes up against the wooden houses and the poorer structures, and it decimates them. And you can see all the debris, and that's mostly the makeup of some of those houses. You know what I'm saying?
This is a war zone. Look
Yeah,
at the
it is.
Look
The
at
roof's gone there.
The roofs
Yeah.
and some of the siding of some of these homes on top of some of those cars. I mean, I mean, you know, this is carnage.
Yes, yeah. I wish people would have gotten their cars out of there. You know, the good thing, JB, is I don't see as many cars as I thought I'd see.
Mhm.
So I think people did listen to the warnings. But, you know, if anybody had a vehicle in anywhere near the coast, and we try to stress that out before the storm, it's just not going to survive. Nor would you if you know, if you were to try to ride a storm out in a place like this.
This is Minnesota Key.
Yeah. Boy, a lot of those homes, JB, are going to have to, unfortunately, start over.
I mean,
I'm not sure what
we're-
that
we're-
is. I don't know what. Oh, that's a boatyard. Look at them all.
Yeah. This is a marina.
Yeah. Man, all those boats are pushed up almost to the roadway.
I mean, you're talking about homes having to be rebuilt. I mean, we're talking about neighborhoods that are going to have to
Yeah.
get rebuilt.
Yeah.
I mean, entire developments that are going to get, in large part, I mean, completely.
Look
knocked
at
out.
all the boats, JB, on the first
Look at that.
ground level.
They're all
gone.
piled up.
Yeah. And it's really tough, you know, for everybody to kind of get their boats out of there. I mean, where are they going to put them? Anywhere up and down the coast, you know, we're going to see
That is
storm surge. Yeah.
Stump Pass Marina.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot easier to get your vehicles out of harm's way than it is the boats, unfortunately. It looks like the boats that were on the second and third floor fared better. Wow.
I'm going to ask.
That's a foundation there, JB. You see that?
Yep. There is a home that
Oh,
has
my.
been stripped down to the foundation. That's probably exactly what those two gentlemen are talking about right now. Thought that they thought they'd probably never see the day where the foundation of their home could be walked on just like that.
And look at the boats on top of the guy's car. Right in the middle of your screen. There's a car right there. The boat's right on top of. Very eerily similar to Fort Myers with Ian. I mean, boats were just scattered everywhere. Far inland, too.
Jim, do you have us?
Yeah, I got you, JB.
Have you or Roy ever seen damage like this? Roy's done a lot of work from Eagle and up in our news helicopter. Have you guys ever seen any kind of damage like this before?
The only time I've ever seen this kind of damage is when a tornado hits a very isolated area. This widespread is unusual to me.
Wow. Is there any chance that a tornado spun up in this area?
Oh,
or
yeah.
no?
I mean, yeah, there's no doubt. It wouldn't have been one of those EF2s like we saw on the East Coast, but there are a lot of vortices that do spin up, especially around the eye wall when a storm does make landfall. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of that was maybe a weak tornado, but I still think this is pretty much straight line wind damage. I'm not sure what road that was, if that was 776, if they're down in Englewood. But it looks like cars were going down that one road.
Yeah, they are over portions of Englewood South right now in Grove City.
Okay, yep. And I know the area very well. And then if you go a little bit further south, then you're in a town called Rotunda, which is very, very populated. Not much commercial real estate there. It's mostly just homes and all surrounded by water. I'm assuming that, unfortunately, that area took a lot of damage as well.
My goodness. Jim, if you could head north from here and hit up Englewood along McCall Road, that's pretty much the last spot on the list that we have been trying to get to. I don't believe that we're going to go much more south than this. So I'm going to go check with
we'll
the
head
desk.
that way.
Yep, I'm going to double check with the desk, but that's the plan.
Yeah, so that's the main thoroughfare through Englewood right there on the right-hand side. And you can see a lot of these are block homes. The roofs don't appear to be damaged on some of these homes, in this neighborhood anyway. They took on a lot of storm surge, but as far as the wind damage goes, I don't see as much on the roofs here. Of course, this is much further to the south. And those look like pretty well-constructed homes. Again, you see those little canals that run, through that neighborhood. All that water was pushed through the canals and up and over, and I'm sure on 776. And see, there's just a lot of water there, JB, even from the rainfall. But, storm surge in any one of those little rivers, streams, whatever you want to call them, everywhere you see water flooded their banks, unfortunately, with the storm surge. And there's a lot of it.
I can confirm, Eagle, that the plan from here is for you to now stay on you can start heading northwest through Englewood. That's the south, the southmost we are going to go.
10-4. Thank you, JB.
Did we see Englewood Beach yet? I'm interested. There's a lot of structures there. I'm interested to see. There's a lot of sand there, too.
I'm trying to find, it on the map, Eric,
So,
Hey, can you come around and maybe show me exactly where so I can... Yeah, that's where we were already there. We basically came down all the way through here and looped around.
So it's pretty much
Yeah, yeah, we hit all this up.
I've been told by Roy that we are coming into Englewood right now.
That is correct. Look out your I guess to your left there, Jim. Some of these areas that are right on the water that might have been also experiencing some there might be some areas here that got hit as well.
So
a lot of these neighborhoods, like right here. Yeah.
Okay.
This is right, some of these areas also right on the water too.
Yeah. Probably not as much sand being blown from the storm surge here. But still a lot of water.
Yeah.
Wow, look at all the sand. That's all you see. I'm sure that's a parking lot there.
Once again, a thank you to Roy Harkness and Jim Farquhar and Eagle 8 HD on their third flight of the day. I mean, they have canvassed really the entirety of the impact area, all the way as far north as, sections of, we basically got up to southern Hernando, that area, all the way down through to Siesta Key. It's been a long day of flying to provide these aerials, and we thank our Eagle 8 HD team for their hard work.
What do the beach locations look like from Pinellas County north? Could you see a lot of the debris from Helene kind of blown all over the place?
Oh yeah, well, that's what that made it almost semi-confusing. Was that you're talking about there being still a lot of debris around from Helene, and it's difficult sometimes to say whether or not it's debris from Helene or debris from Milton.
And a lot of it probably would have been from Helene because, the winds were blowing offshore. And I'm sure that some of that debris got blown into the water, got blown right back into the water, right? Because, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts along the Pinellas County coastline and all those piles of debris, and that wind was blowing from the east. So what a mess. Now they have to clean the sand up and that debris back in the water and back on the beaches.
Yeah, look at this. Just all of the debris that has been put out onto the street for pickup. All of this debris has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Look at the level of destruction here.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's sad. That roof is completely demolished.
I don't know. I guess.
I sure hope we're done with these, JB.
me too. I
this
hope.
has been quite the season. The saying is, it's no matter how many storms hit, if one storm hits your neighborhood, it was an active season for you. But this is kind of ridiculous with 3 now. Debbie being the third. This is something I haven't seen since I've lived here for a long time. And
You know this area really well, Eric.
I do, yeah. I used to go to church in Englewood all the time when I lived in Fort Myers. It was quite a drive. I made some really good friends up there, and so I know the area really, really well. I've been to the beaches. I've been all up and down Siesta Key. I had friends that had houses up there. It's one thing when you see destruction somewhere and your hearts go out to people, and then it's another thing when it's kind of like your home, JB. It's 2 totally different scenarios. When you see areas that you visited and you've been to or you live in, it really brings a tear to your eye because it's like this isn't just, homes and people being affected. This is your people and your homes that are being affected. And so, it really hurts to see what Ian did, and it really hurts to see what these last couple of storms did.
Let's bring out Eric and myself. Say hello.
Yeah. I apologize. I'm not really camera ready.
And
I just kind of walked in, but I think it's important to talk about, really what happened and what's going to happen in the days, weeks, months to come. Boy, JB, it's going to take a while before this area, just like with Ian. I mean, parts of the coast of Southwest Florida will never be the same.
We use the word cleanup. For some communities, yes, it is cleanup. For other communities, it is rebuilding.
Yeah.
And Minnesota Key is going to have to get, in large part, for some of those areas, some of those streets. I mean, we're talking about rebuilding and starting over. Repairs aren't really part of your list of options. It's going to be rebuilding. And when you rebuild, we talk about this a lot on Tracking the Tropics, you have to rebuild, smarter and more structurally sound than before. And that can be expensive, though. As buildings get more modern, building more modern is more expensive. And so, look, it's been devastating. And you just, you're praying for people out there, folks. You're just praying.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much you can do in regards to construction when it comes to storm surge, though. Unless, your house is elevated. I see a lot of houses where the garage is the first floor, and the first floor doesn't really start until 10, 12 feet higher. And so if you have one of those type of houses along the coast, obviously your garage and, anything below the first floor. But I mean, even with an Ian, that water with 18 foot got to people's second floors. And it's really difficult, JB, to construct a building that's literally hurricane proof. You know what I'm saying? You might be able to get a roof and the brackets and everything. But, shingles get blown off. But, you can't stop the storm surge from coming in. And when it blows the sand in, and then it leaves the sand in your house, it leaves the sand on the first floor. Okay, maybe that would be a cleanup rather than a repair. But you really can't, like I said, build a hurricane-proof home, unfortunately. Not yet. Maybe those days are coming,
So, Jim, do you still have us in Eagle by any chance? I mean, I'm just confirming
JB.
your plan.
Yep, we're here.
And
hey, we're heading back up towards Hillsborough. We're going to swing by Apollo Beach and Ruskin.
On the way back in?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Thank you, guys. All right, so Apollo Beach and Ruskin, really on the southeast side of Tampa Bay. We're going to be hitting those up on the way back in.
Eric, a lot of rain there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that looks like.
So looping back around to basically Hillsborough County, the greater Tampa Bay area.
So now, do you guys have power yet at your house?
I do not. I slept last night in my home, and it was so it was warm at first because I don't have air conditioning, right? I don't have a generator
right
at my particular house. So opened up a window, and by about, I would say, 2 a.m., it cooled down enough where it was actually pretty comfortable.
Well, thankfully, the next couple of days, we're in a weather pattern where it's not going to be too humid. We're not really going to see much rain, and the nights are going to be relatively cool. Some of us getting even into the 60s, and I know, people might watch this and say, oh, 60s, oh, that's warm. But we haven't had nights in the 60s since probably May. You know what I'm saying? It's been 4 or 5 months, and that's typical. That's just how it goes. So to have that refreshing air at a time like this is something. Yeah, we don't have power in the house up here in Tampa either, and I don't think we're going to get it until next Wednesday. So I guess underestimating the time of. There's still about half the people in Hillsborough and Pinellas County without power, right? So it is going to take several days before a lot of them are up and going.
I'd like to take a moment on stream with Eagle between communities here. And so I'd like to take a moment on stream to wish my wife a happy anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Yeah, thank
both
you.
of ya.
Thank you. It's not what we envisioned for our 5-year wedding anniversary. We're not together. That's really hard. My wife and my son, who turns a year old soon, is they evacuated Eric.
Of course.
I told
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
And so and without power and with it's still just being a rough go of it here in the Tampa Bay area. My wife and my boy, they're staying with family who I, a humongous thank you to my family for giving them a place to stay for an extended period of time. But it's I've been working long hours and unable to communicate as much as I would have liked with family. I stay in touch with them and I text them updates as they come in, and I have had periodic phone calls with my family and specifically my wife. But I would like to just wish my wife, Devin, a very happy 5-year wedding anniversary. I love you. I am so sorry that we did not get to spend our anniversary together. We will, of course, spend it together. And we have a lot of happy days ahead with our boy's birthday. And with, my wife's favorite holiday is Halloween. So that's going to be coming up here soon. We hope without any hurricanes.
Yeah.
And look, if we're lucky enough, this will be the end of hurricane season without much activity impacting the continental U.S. or anywhere, rather, any country for the coming months. And we can just say that was it for the 2024 hurricane season. But happy anniversary to my wife, and I will see you soon. I love you. I cannot wait to be reunited in one big happy family in the Tampa Bay area once again.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are just wishing they could just be, home with power and everything be normal again. It's going to take some time, unfortunately, when these major storms come through, and our hearts go out to everyone that, was displaced, had damage, and God forbid, lost loved ones.
Yep. So let's get an updated location with Eagle. Eagle right now is really coming up through Fruitville soon and Lakewood Ranch. We might see a little bit of Fruitville and Lakeville Ranch, but really we're heading back to Ruskin and Apollo Beach before landing, as I understand it, at Peter O'Knight on Davis Islands in downtown Tampa.
I was surprised, JB, driving through Sarasota, how many lights I saw, even Thursday night, when the vast majority of the people without power were without power. And it was weird. University Mall, which, again, got hit pretty hard with the wind, there were lights on there, and there were a lot of lights in Manatee and Sarasota County along I-75. I was just really, really surprised at that. I would have thought there would have been more power outages, especially as the eye, pretty much moved right through that area compared to up here where there were a lot of darkness. In fact, if you come into work at night, there's no lights on the other side of the road. It is pitch black, and it's very eerie as we park in our garage to have zero lights anywhere, and you really can't see you can't see what you're doing, you can't see where you're walking. And this is a couple days later. So, but hey, you know what? I'm glad I saw a lot of lights, because that means more people, are getting their power back and whatnot. But boy, it's still going to take several more days for all of us to get it.
Man, power is going to be restored. Fuel will return to the gas stations, and businesses will get back up on their feet. Businesses are a huge deal because businesses are going to be required to supply all the basic essentials that we need, right? Look, we need Home Depot and Lowe's back on the grid with electricity. We do. We need to go there to get the supplies to clean up. We need our local restaurants when we are exhausted from cleaning up all day and don't have a stocked fridge because we lost power and everything in our fridge or freezer is out, or didn't have a generator to power it enough to basically keep all of our food fresh. Yeah, you know what? You're going to want to go to a local restaurant to sit down for a meal and just get out of your house for a little bit and get a change of scenery. You're going to need U-Haul trucks and various, and vans and other services to be able to, get all the debris out of your yard. All of these businesses are going to be essential as well to getting our community back up on the feet. It starts with gas and electricity. The roads are being cleared. Flooded areas, we're going to have to wait for the waters to recede, but in large part, the main thoroughfares through the area, all the bridges are open. Roadways, the main arteries, of course, for transportation in the Tampa Bay region are open. And so that allows all the aid to come into the area, all the tanker trucks, of course, to reach their destinations. The port of Tampa Bay is open. There are promising signs. The order of operations is being followed to a T here. And really next up is getting power supplied to the entire region. We do have, heat returning. What is it? Is it Monday or Tuesday when it starts to get hot again?
Well, it starts to get hot Sunday and a lot more on Monday. But then,
Right.
But we're not talking the 90s, JB. We're not talking extreme high humidity. And then there's a front coming through Tuesday, so it's going to cool right back off Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday. It's going to be pretty nice weather-wise here. And as far as rain chances, it's not like after Helene, right? Where remember we had all that rain.
Yep.
Eagle Lake couldn't even fly up to Crystal River, Citrus, because it was all these rain showers. It's a totally different scenario when you have a hurricane in October, at least the aftermath, because weather-wise, typically it's a lot cooler, and rainy season is kind of put to bed, really.
I'm tweeting out a clip here, folks, from WFLA. This is the worst damage I've seen from Hurricane Milton is Siesta Key.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That was heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was bad.
I'm looking at it again here. It's
Yeah, and not to mention the, in regards to what's important, like the grocery stores, Publix and whatnot, if power goes out for a prolonged period of time, obviously the cold food goes bad, right? And it takes a while for supermarkets to, restock all that. And so you're kind of left with getting whatever they have or getting dry goods and, things that don't have to be refrigerated. But it's essential for supermarkets and, grocery stores or whatever to get back up and running, as it is for Home Depot and Lowe's and gas stations, because
grocery stores are huge, man.
Yeah,
because
if you don't have power, you could still get canned goods, and and that's why we tell you to stock up on non-perishable items before hurricanes, for this very reason that, hey, you might be out of power for a week and you don't have food. And, just remember, JB, believe it or not, this could have been a lot worse. I mean, this could have been a strengthening storm moving 30 miles to the north, 40 miles to the north. And boy, the damage that we would have seen here.
Scenario one.
Right. Scenario one. That's exactly what we talked about. So while it's very, very devastating, my mom always told me, she said, don't ever say that it could have been better. Just say that it could have been worse, because in every situation in life, it could have been worse, And in this situation, a 40-mile jaunt to the north, you know what, JB, if this thing didn't interact with a jet stream like it did, it would have taken a more northerly turn, right? And the interaction with the jet stream is what caused this to weaken rapidly before making landfall. It was classified as a 120-mile-per-hour storm, right? But the highest wind gust reported was, I think, 105 or 108, all right? So we didn't have any gust anywhere near anywhere near the 120. Now, I got a slight tinge when I looked at this system out into the Atlantic. So I'm going to keep a close, full eye on this one, as you just saw in that last graphic. But, 5 landfalls this season, 3 of them in Florida, and, many major hurricanes. It was just crazy. So, again, you see the reverse surge, 30, 40 miles to the north, and that 10-foot surge would have been 15 foot, and it would have been here. It would have been in Tampa Bay. And if you thought the flooding damage and whatnot was bad, boy, in and around the bay, however many homes, and, we've been trying to figure that out, whether it's 250,000 homes, 500,000 homes within 10 to 15 feet, I should say, within a quarter mile to a half mile away from the bay. I would say a good 500,000 homes would have been affected. So you can see, again, what we call a reverse storm surge, where that northeasterly wind blows water out of Tampa Bay. I would think that based on what we saw, the Venice area, Englewood, was probably closer to 7-8 feet of storm surge. And
Which is still
which
massive.
is huge. Oh yeah. I'm definitely not downplaying, but thank God the storm was weakening. Helene was strengthening, and you saw the storm surge values. We had Pinellas County had almost the amount of storm surge as Venice, Siesta Key, Englewood. Can you believe that? And it was so much further away because the storm was strengthening as it moved, right? It's such a big difference when a storm is strengthening versus a storm weakening when it makes landfall. So thankfully, the interaction with this jet really enabled this storm to weaken. Unfortunately, what it did is it caused a lot of those strong tornadoes on the East Coast. But boy, I mean, what an unprecedented tornado event with these large wedge EF2, EF3 tornadoes on the East Coast. With that one rain band that you and I were talking about before I went to our backup location. Remember? At 11 o'clock, and I said, oh, wow, look at this band. This is crazy. Naples, Fort Myers, up to Sarasota. This is an intense band. And that was the band that really spawned all those tornadoes.
Eagle 8 HD right now heading north, and current location, we just passed over Lakewood Ranch. We are actually moving right above I-75, and we have been here. I-75, the main interstate that really goes all the way. I mean, my goodness. I-75 goes basically from Miami, right? I mean, or not even Miami. It's more Fort Lauderdale. No, it actually does go down.
Yeah, because the extension, 595 goes to...
That's right. Comes all the way up north, and my goodness,
Michigan.
Does it go all the way to Michigan?
I believe. Yep.
I'm good. You stopped me because I was following it on a map and I did not know where 75 ended.
Yeah. I'm pretty
goes
sure
through Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm following it here.
I'm pretty sure it's northern Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. Through Detroit.
Yep.
And goes all the way up through to... Yep, all the way up to the border with Canada.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yep. That's basically the main roadway through Florida.
Yeah. I've taken 75 all the way up through probably eastern Tennessee before I cut off toward Nashville. I-80, fun fact, I-80 runs from Jersey all the way to San Francisco. And I have driven every stretch of I-80, every single mile from I-80 from start to finish. Not at once, but living in Salt Lake City, Salt Lake is right on I-80. So when I went to San Francisco, I took I-80 all the way west. And when I moved here, or when I moved to Utah, I took it from Jersey all the way across. Really a couple thousand miles, really.
So let's see what Eagle 8 HD. Jim, what have you found here? Stream Center to Eagle, do you copy?
Oh, hey, JB. We're at a fuel depot in Bradenton. I think people can come and get a limited supply of fuel.
Oh, is this the free gas that was discussed? It might be. I'll check with the desk. I'll step away from the microphone to see if this is that free gas location, because that was...
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back in a moment.
So, you saw the damage all up and down the coast with a storm surge, and, farther inland in northern areas with 15-plus inches of rain. And, obviously the tornado damage on the East Coast. So, really all across the peninsula, there were damage reports.
So I can confirm that this is the Bradenton location that Governor DeSantis at a press conference today mentioned come by for 10 free gallons of gas.
Wow. That's huge.
So folks are coming by to fill up, get 10 gallons. And this is one of those locations in Bradenton for folks who are looking for gas. And yeah, I think that he was actually standing in this location, if I'm not mistaken. Or he might have been at one of the other locations. I'm not sure. But, I mean, they're literally giving you gas right out of the tanker. Look at this.
I've never seen that before. Wow.
So everyone coming by here for their 10 gallons of gas. I wonder, do you have to sign anything, a receipt or anything? Or you just come, you get your gas? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Because I see people stopping and then they're going. So I don't know. Oh, they had to move a little bit forward. The tank's on the other side.
Look at this.
Is this for Manatee County residents, Bradenton residents?
I have
sure.
not been relayed the info. I'll ask Rachel Tucker, our DCP, to let us know.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
there is information on WFLA.com, as I understand it, for gas.
yeah. How far back does that line go? Because it looks.
I would
pretty...
imagine gas and free, those two words right now combined.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that.
Wow, Jim.
I mean, yeah. Look.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Goodness.
I'm telling you, when I got gas Thursday night, JB, the line was ridiculous. There must have been 200 cars in line. 3 hours and 15 minutes. And that's to pay for gas. I guarantee these people were waiting 3 or 4 hours minimum.
Jim, one more time, can you take us? Okay, this is the front of the line.
Right.
For the free gas that Governor DeSantis mentioned at a press conference earlier today. And now, Jim, can you take us through this line? Because this is absolutely wild. I've never seen anything quite like this before. Look at how far this line goes. So you see that they're filling people up directly from the tankers.
And that's the main road.
That's the main road.
And look at the cars. Wow. It's you're still going back.
And it's wrapping all the way around here.
Yeah. And it's wrapping around to the left on the screen. Look, they're still. Look at all the cars. We're talking miles.
So
look at that.
That's probably right there where it ends.
Yeah.
And all of these cars in this leftmost lane.
That's insanity.
Again, we mentioned if you put free and gas together right now, you're going to get a considerable amount of people interested. And my goodness, have they, pun not intended, flooded into this area to get their gas. So I'd be very curious to know how long some of these people are waiting and whether or not there's a system in place to let them know if these tankers run out, then what?
That's the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I was afraid of that the other night, and thankfully they had plenty of gas there. Tankers were refueling while I was there. But there's only, I guess there's 3 tankers there. Do we know how many gallons one of those trucks can hold, JB?
I am not sure.
I have maybe I'll do a quick Google and see. So between that doesn't help. 3,000 and 12,000 gallons.
Okay, JB,
So,
we need
given
to
that
take
these
off.
tanks,
You
know,
could
if
serve
they
our
are
fuel.
12,000 gallons,
Yeah, Jim.
that's 1,200 cars.
Jim, yes, you are cleared to head north. Thank you for showing us this. That's the longest line I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I mean, I thought my line was long, which was, half of this. But boy. So you figure if each tanker can fill up 1,200 cars, 1,200 cars in essence. I don't think we see 1,200 cars in line. So, if that tanker does run out, there's one more.
Mm-hmm.
So
People for what it's worth, people in our comment section are saying that a tanker can hold. No. Now I'm seeing all different kinds of numbers.
It says between 3 and 12,000 when I Googled it. So I think 12,000 is the max, which would be 1,200 cars if you're giving, But what I'm worried about, JB, is how many cars are going to run out of gas, right? Waiting. Because I did see that when I was getting gas. I did see
cars running out in line?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Cars running out. Yeah, I saw somebody pushing a car in the line. Luckily, there were 3 people in the car, at least, so they had people to push it. But if you were by yourself, you're in trouble.
Eric, I have to step away for a phone call.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you have your IFB by any chance?
I have it. I have it.
Maybe you might want to run and grab it because I
right.
know that, this is the final leg of the journey, but and Eagle 8 HD right now will give you an updated location. This is right now above neighborhoods between Ellington and Parrish, Florida. And these mobile homes are, many of them, destroyed. We've heard reports in this area of just roof after roof after roof being ripped off of these mobile homes.
Yeah, mobile home parks are really one of the worst places to be. And you see the most amount of damage, in regards to hurricane and wind damage. And you don't even need hurricane force wind to really rip those roofs off and damage the carports. Sometimes 50, 60 mile per hour wind will do that. But just widespread damage in those mobile home parks, unfortunately. And it usually takes a long time to get power back to them as well. And, hopefully people can repair rather than have to rebuild in this area. And, of course, this is further inland, but the wind was still quite an issue. And you see, wow, what a huge area there of mobile homes. People can get a good idea just how many waterways are in and around Tampa Bay. It's not just the bay itself. It's not just the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot of rivers that run through here and there that go pretty far inland too. There's a lot of low-lying areas. Of course, our water table is so ridiculous that you can't really build, basements because you would be digging into water. Given the ground being so saturated with literally the wettest rainy season that we've ever had here in Tampa after the driest rainy season we had last year, just night and day. Had this hurricane hit last year, the waterways would have been able to take that freshwater rain, the 15 inches or so, a lot better than obviously this year because of the ground being saturated. River levels were already extremely high from all the rain that we had in rainy season this year versus last year. It was the opposite. We were thinking, oh, wow, we could be in a drought and whatever because of that record dry season. So again, if this had hit last year in regards to the water factor with the rain, it wouldn't be nearly as much flooding with the rivers and whatnot as what we're seeing now.
Back here with you. And just like that, we're getting closer to Eagle returning back to Tampa. But before we do, we're following I-75 here. This is now taking us up through really, it'll be, to the west, there's Sun City, but really we're focused on Ruskin and Apollo Beach.
The water on the bottom of the screen, I don't think was supposed to be there. I think that was still, yeah, that's still flooding there. That is not water that's supposed to, that's not a river. That is still standing water that's left over from all the rain, as you can see.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't see any homes in that area, so that's a positive sign. But I'm sure there's still some standing water in areas where there are homes due to the flooding. Yeah, there's another spot right there. You can see that should not have standing water. Not sure what that is.
That's
Is that a fire?
I'm willing to bet that's just some folks burning off some tree limbs,
Yeah.
branches.
Saw a dog running in the front yard.
A programming note: I can confirm that this will be. Actually, hold on. Let me just confirm our programming note. Give me 1 second, folks. Back in 30.
Yeah, so people, whether they're burning debris or trees or whatnot that were in their yard, still want to be very careful, if people are planning on doing that. But obviously everything is so wet that the fire danger is extremely low. Even though humidity is on the low side, there's still so much moisture and saturation.
Yes. Programming note: can confirm that this is our last Eagle flight of today. And our final live stream. Eric, we've worked some long live streams the last few days. But my goodness, that Minnesota Key, video was.
Yeah, I just
put a knot in my stomach.
It's so reminiscent to Ian and the damage, to the south of the eye. It's really heartbreaking when you see, like I said, when it's close to home. It adds just a little bit more to your heart. It really pulls your heartstrings,
Hey, Jim, what you got?
Hey, we're over the Little Manatee River right now.
Thanks, Jim. All right, so this is Gulf City, folks, and coming up on Ruskin as well. So the Little Manatee River, do we have any information on this river cresting?
It's still above, obviously, flood criteria. It's going to take another day or so for this to really subside. Obviously it's not impacting homes as it did earlier, but there's still standing water there where there shouldn't be. If you see those big trees, as you did on the bottom left rather, let's see, that looks like, I don't see too much damage there in regards to the roofs. But yeah, that Manatee River floods quite often. Oh yeah, there's a lot of damage. Look at that one, JB. While the house right next to it looks virtually untouched, right?
Yeah, so updated location, my goodness. Is this this is Gulf City still, so we haven't made it into Ruskin just yet, but
yeah, and that looks like really a modular home or RV.
And just the roof ripped off and all that wood underneath exposed.
Yeah. And the rain gets in, and that's the problem.
That's right. The rain gets in, and then
and then you got mold and mildew, and
at that point it's a loss.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Now circling up north, this is going to be Ruskin coming up.
Yeah, it looks like the water's receded a bit. There still could be areas. You see that on the bottom left of the screen. Looks like there's still some flooding right there. Yeah, you could see. So it hasn't quite subsided completely, but you see areas where you think, "Oh, is that the river?" No, that's not. That's that should be dry land. But I don't see it around as many homes now as I did earlier the past day or so. But I'm sure those homes were inundated with some of that flooding of the river. But boy, it's so key, JB, that we're in a dry pattern now. If we were still in the heart of rainy season and we were still getting several inches of rain, I mean, it would just add to the turmoil. Yeah, there's a lot of areas there that you wonder, should there be standing water? You know?
Right. You just don't, it can't be, it's hard to tell.
Right. I mean, it obviously doesn't connect to the river, but now, we have our little lake outside our station to our right. You know what I'm saying? And so we know that when it rains hard, even on a rainy season day, that will fill up and it'll look like almost part of Tampa or Hillsborough River. It's not. So it's kind of like, are these the same situation where, hey, you know what? In the summertime when it rains a lot, yeah, this place typically, has standing water or whatever. Or is it, flooding from the storm? And you imagine, you see that waterway there. And if that storm surge would have blown into Tampa Bay, all these homes that you see, JB,
Yep.
Forget about it, because the water would have blown right into that, all the little rivers and streams and tributaries, whatever you want to call it.
Cause that 8 to 10 feet of storm surge in this area.
All those canals, and maybe even more than that, because the bottlenose effect, when you have the bottom of a bottle trying to rush into something a lot smaller, it just overflows everywhere.
Right.
So conceivably could have been up to 15 feet in some areas. And all of these homes, I just can't stress how many homes would have been affected compared to, the track moving just slightly further to the south. It's like night and day.
I'd like to point out Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister has been helping with deputy escorted tankers making their way through Hillsborough County, and look, fuel is making its way out to multiple counties right now. But if you see any tankers on the road, they very well might be flanked by deputies who are guiding them through some crowded areas of our roadways. Should also point out that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says that hundreds of streetlights remain out in Hillsborough County and many more outside of Hillsborough. So those are an all stop. And that can be challenging to navigate because you think, oh, I'm priority because I'm on the most busiest section of roadway. I'm just going to plow through. It's a green light for me. It's technically an all stop. So everybody, please be extremely safe on the roads when you see all of these street lights without power.
Yeah, our meteorologist Lee Spann just sent out an email that Armature Works is open, and
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
and the big header on that, Eric.
AC.
We have AC.
Yeah, AC. I saw that.
Usually Armature Works, it's come by, get a delicious food or delicious meal or a beverage, a cocktail. But for them, no, it's hey, come if you need to cool down, come down to Armature Works. We have AC.
Right. Yeah. And again, I mean, it could have been a lot worse weather-wise. It could have been 92. And
look at this. This is
feels
Apollo
like 100.
Beach. And look at some of these communities. And clearly this is some flooding that you can see in some spots.
Yeah. A lot of that water, that looks like a golf course, doesn't it?
It might be a golf course.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like most of that golf course is underwater. It doesn't take my golf ball long to find water in a normal course, but yeah, that's a golf course, and boy, flooding everywhere. But it looks like the homes are built up a little bit higher, right? A little bit elevated. So for now, but there are some nice houses there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much roof damage. It's hard to see, but I mean, it looks like these are well-constructed modern homes. I don't really see kind of cookie cutter, they all look very, very similar. I don't see too much in the way of roof damage here. Really in the outer eye wall, but still gust over 90. So I'm sure there were, damages, especially pool cages, lanai, stuff like that.
And we're back in Hillsborough County, and it allows us to check in as we come across the power plant there. That, of course, is the Tico Big Bend station. Tico working desperately to around the clock to get power restored to hundreds of thousands of homes in the Tampa Bay area. Allows us to check in as we get closer to Tampa with photojournalist Jim Farquhar, pilot Roy Harkness. Jim, do you have us?
Yep, JB.
And as we pass through now, past the power plant and past Apollo Beach, what is your plan?
We are going to circle down and land at Peter O'Knight Airport.
Roger that. Jim, any parting thoughts, final thoughts? You have just completed 3 flights up through much of Pasco County, Pinellas, all the way down the coast, all the way through to Siesta Key and back. I just want to give you the opportunity to share any final thoughts for our stream audience here. What do you think?
Well, it was a lot of destruction all the way from Pasco down. As farther you go south, the damage got worse. Obviously, Venice was hit hard. You can definitely tell where the wind was and where the water was. But it was a very large area that it covered.
Well, you did an extraordinary job working both on the mic and on the joystick, working the camera. There's Tampa, folks. So we're coming back to Tampa. So, Jim, please pass along a thanks from our entire stream audience and from us here in the Stream Center. A big thank you to yourself, and pass along as well to Roy. We thank you guys for your extended work today, 3 flights. So we really appreciate it.
Glad to be part of the team.
All right, a thank you to Roy and to Jim. Back here with Eric.
Yeah,
back to Tampa. Thoughts, Eric?
Yeah, you just can't. You can't really see the extensive damage without something, as key as Eagle 8. You could drive through here, drive through there, but unless you see aerial views, you don't get an idea of some of the neighborhoods.
Here's the port, by the way. So Jim, kind of showing us a little bit of the port here, which is back up and running, fully operational, and will allow us to get fuel distributed throughout Tampa Bay. I'm sorry, continue.
No, that's fine. Just, telling the audience how key it is to have, some people say, well, there may be some drones. Drones are good too, but, our Eagle 8 can cover hundreds of miles, whether it's along the coastline or inland, to really show the different kinds of damage in different parts of our area. Have the cruise ships, I don't think, have returned to port yet, right,
No,
JB?
I haven't seen any cruise ships.
Yeah, that's probably going to take a little while. They're going to need to have power restored to many areas here before that happens. But it's good to see that the port's open and, gas is being, taken out and delivered to stations. I haven't really seen the status of stations now here in Tampa, whether there's any gas at all, or I'm assuming places are opening slowly but surely.
I just tweeted out that massive gas line. I'm still in. That was the free gas from.
Yeah, it's crazy.
From Governor DeSantis. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of cars that were literally, I don't know how many miles, 2-3 miles maybe.
Yeah.
Imagine waiting in line. It's kind of like an accident on the interstate where, everything's closed and you just got to sit there for several hours. You have to hope and pray that you have enough gas to make it. How many gallons of gas are you going to go through to get 10 gallons of free gas,
All right, folks. So with that, we will say farewell to the signal from Eagle 8 HD and bring you back right here into the Stream Center with meteorologist Eric Stone. Eric, it's been a long week.
Yeah, sure has.
What's ahead in the next few hours for you?
Well, we don't have a 6 o'clock show because probably football. I think Notre Dame is playing. So we have News Channel 8 at 10 o'clock on the CW and at 11 o'clock or whenever the football game's over. So, I'll just be doing my normal routine, really, with the forecast, graphics, and radio hits and, stuff like that. Business as usual this weekend. And, of course, we'll track that one wave off the African coast that when I look at it, I get a little, like I said, a little twinge like, this is going to, be worth watching, let's just say. I'm not saying anything about, affecting us or whatnot. I don't feel anything like that. But I definitely feel it's something that as it crosses the Atlantic, it is heading into the Caribbean in the next 8, 9, 10 days. And those are the kind of storms, JB, that we have to watch because, the Caribbean, believe it or not, hasn't really had much activity, right? So the water temperatures are still super warm right now in the Caribbean. The Gulf of Mexico, obviously, a little bit cooler. And as these cold fronts come through, it's going to help, right? It's going to keep on cooling those temperatures in the Gulf. So, again, we'll watch the wave. I don't see anything on the models that, indicate anything the next 10, 12, 13 days out. But I'll be watching this one just to see what it does. Other than that, Leslie is pretty much all said and done. And, we're just praying that we get back into that cold front season where, we've got 6 months of great weather to where we can rebuild, clean up, whatever needs to be done so that we can kind of return to what I say more normalcy, which is going to take a while.
Eric, appreciate your expertise on stream. To our stream audience commenting along, we really do appreciate all the comments that we have received, questions that help us understand what's on your mind. This has been, of course, our damage survey flights from Eagle 8 HD on WFLA's Tracking the Tropics coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. We very much appreciate wherever you are watching from. And really, most important is that WFLA.com has a tremendous amount of helpful resources pertaining to when power is going to be turned back on, when gas is going to be more widely available, and spoiler alert, it's very soon. Which areas are opening up, and just when it's overall safe to come back to the area to get a better idea as to the current state of the Tampa Bay region. WFLA.com is your home base, folks. So appreciate Eric Stone, Jim Farquhar, Roy Harkness helping out on stream. I'm JB Buno. A whole lot more on WFLA.com to help everybody out information-wise. But for us here in the Stream Center, that's farewell. To everybody out there, be safe, look out for one another, and we will see you soon here from the Stream Center. Take care.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.